Ladies and gentlemen, it is my proud privilege to announce that we have with us now Shri Nitin Jairam Gadkari, Honorable Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together to welcome on stage Shri Sanjeev Puri, President, Confederation of Indian Industry, Mr. Tarun Swani, Co-Chairman, CII Committee on Bioenergy and Vice Chairman, Triveni Engineering, Mr. Shishir Joshipura, Co-Chairman, CII Committee on Bioenergy and CEO and Managing Director, Praj Industries Limited, and Shri Nitin Jairam Gadkari, Honorable Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Government of India. A loud round of applause, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the session Farm to Fuel, Role of Biofuels in Enhancing Sustainable Development Goals will delve deeper into transformative potential of biofuels, particularly in empowering farming committees. And without taking any time further, I would like to invite Mr. Tarun Swani, Co-Chairman, CII Committee on Bioenergy and Vice Chairman, Triveni Engineering, to make the opening remarks, please. Sir, the floor is yours.
Honorable Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, esteemed guests, industry colleagues, it is indeed a great pleasure to have Shri Nitin Gadkari ji here with us. The Honorable Minister has been an incredible supporter of the Cii Bioenergy Summit. Sir, it's a pleasure to welcome you back again. And for all of you that did not see, the Minister arrived in his flex fuel car, which is parked very proudly right outside his front entrance. It's magnificent to see such incredible support. It's really putting one's money where one's mouth is to have that possible, sir. Today's discussions hold an immense significance as the country has moved steadfast in the last year towards promoting bioenergy and sustainable energy solutions. The resolve has been further strengthened in this third tenure of the government. We spoke this morning about the huge developments in the ethanol blending program from a mere 1.5% now touching 18% and on the anvil of 20% ethanol blending. So the discussions this morning, we also heard about the huge developments that have happened in Brazil. And if I can say on my personal behalf that I hope that our discussions in the next year, in the next 12 months, are not just about E20, but about what's next, E85, E100, and perhaps even raising the base blend of E20 to higher numbers, sir. So you have been the greatest supporter of this program. And sir, with your stewardship and guidance, I think we feel as if there is no boundary that we can cross. I think the great changes that have happened in the landscape are also worth mentioning. We have not only used sugarcane, juice, molasses as the primary base stock for the ethanol sector, but now a substantial portion, nearly half, comes from grain, previously rice and now maize. There is enormous development in technologies about using other agricultural products as well for first generation ethanol manufacture. And then of course, the debate on second generation and third generation fuels has become even more exciting. The developments in that space are numerous. We're yet to see an industrial size investment, but I would hope that between now and potentially the next conference that we have at CII, we will be able to see such a huge development. So energy security and economic growth go hand in hand together. And I firmly believe that the kind of developments that we have made as a nation, not just in terms of ethanol, but with respect to biogas, with respect to all the other ancillary businesses, including potash, including pellets, including huge opportunities for our large rural sector, those have culminated in massive investments. The kind of private equity and national investment that we see from all corners within this industry landscape are testament to that huge and enormous opportunity. So CII has partnered with the bioenergy movement for many, many years. In fact, we are now in our 12th edition of this important conclave. And during the course of all of these editions, I think the developments annually have been very important. And last year, when we moved past that 15% ethanol blending framework, when we looked at CBG at its real inception, today we stand with hundreds of plants that are near or at production levels. We're looking at technology that has changed very dramatically within that landscape. When we look at ethanol, we look at great sophistication that is now within the ecosystem, not just in terms of manufacture, but also in terms of retail and distribution. And the opportunity, sir, you yourself, sir, when I had come to invite you for this conclave, had mentioned that people should get into the retail of ethanol. So I think that is the next big thing, and it is an enormously inviting and valuable opportunity for entrepreneurs in this country. So with that being said, I would now like to thank you for your continued support and participation of the CII and bioenergy agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to invite Mr. Shishir Joshipura, Co-Chairman, CII Committee of Bioenergy, and CEO and Managing Director, Praj Industries Limited, to present his remarks, please, sir.
It's my great privilege and honor once again to welcome perhaps the greatest champion and the lighthouse for bioenergy in India. And this was also borne out by me, Sri Nitin Gadkari ji. When I was in Brazil recently, and on the side of the conferences when we were talking, some of the officials of the US government told me, you guys don't need too much of support on policy, isn't it? You have Mr. Gadkari with you who will champion all the cause that is required. So thank you so much, sir. We are blessed to have you with us. I'm sure, and this was a dialogue that you also had when the new ministry was being formed earlier in this year, all of us who are the proponents of the green energy were looking at two ministry announcements very, very carefully. Sir, of course, one was yours ministry, and we were all praying, please, please, God, don't take him away from, although we know that you will always remain the champion. Another was Mr. Puri, whom we met earlier in the morning, saying, these two should stay, and we will not have to start all over again. Thank you so much for really providing us with the leadership, not only for what's required today, but also for what's required day after tomorrow. Biofuels have arrived as fuel of future. And nobody embodies this more than Mr. Gadkari, who has always set a new standard. So when we were talking of normal cars, he said, have an ethanol-driven car. When we said, okay, we'll have an ethanol blended fuel, he said, no, why about an E100? We went to E100 and he said, how about a hydrogen fuel car? And now we're all scratching our heads as to where's the next fuel coming from. Energy transition has become a very, very important era. This conference, which is in its 12th edition, actually provides a platform for all of us to hear to important stakeholders, but also to exchange ideas. And I invite all of you to continue to do the same. Biofuels is a very large subject, and it's no longer confined to one molecule, as we spoke in the morning when we said, hey, what's the future for ethanol, to a situation where we're saying ethanol is the future. And when I say ethanol is the future, ethanol was an end product, and now we are saying, hey, this is the starting product. What more can we do with ethanol? We'll produce sustainable aviation fuel, we'll produce ethanol-based chemicals, we'll produce biopolymers. The list is endless. It's almost like a prism. You put bioethanol at one end, and you have full spectrum of possibilities at the other end. The compressed biogas sector development is something that is going to see significant development as we go through the year in India, and I'm sure that as we will start to see advent of this, another important molecule in our energy mix, we will start to see a very, very different economy evolve and develop. Sustainable aviation fuel is currently expected to be the next big thing to happen. Mr. Puri also mentioned about his championing of the cause, and from all the indications, it is possible that India would also become a sustainable aviation fuel hub in time to come. And it's no longer going to be a story about producing a fuel and consuming it or exporting it, because SAF has a power to change the air map of the world. SAF is going to create a very different dynamics by which, sir, and you are a champion of all the infrastructure projects, whatever airports we build will be small, because India will become the sustainable aviation fuel-driven hub for many, many airlines, and that will completely change the dynamics of several industries: tourism, infrastructure, airports, aircrafts, the oil companies, and so on. So, without much ado, I welcome all of you to this very, very important session. I know you don't want to listen to me anymore, and I know what we are looking forward to. So, thank you so much, and welcome once again.
Thank you, Mr. Joshipura. I would now like to invite Mr. Sanjeev Puri, President, Confederation of Indian Industry, for his address, please. Sir.
Honorable Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, my colleagues from the industry and CII, ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege to be here today to share some perspectives. And let me first of all join my colleagues in welcoming the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, you have been the visionary, you have been the person who's really initiated and championed and really drove this whole transformation in biofuels in the country. So may I take this opportunity to congratulate you for all the success that's been received over the years. Now, India, as we know, is a beacon of hope and promise in a world which is facing severe challenges. Economy is doing well. And in this context, it is pertinent to note that whilst we have the lowest per capita emissions in the world, but we do have needs of energy for inclusive and sustainable development. And this necessitates that India has an aggressive growth, but a more sustainable growth perspective. And it is no doubt a challenge, given that historically we have been reliant on coal, oil, and gas. But the good news is India is today very much on an accelerated path towards green growth. It's the only country to be on track, or in fact in several indices ahead on the NDCs. And just recently in Gandhinagar, the country announced clocking 200 gigawatt of non-fossil fuel-based power generation capacity. By 2030, the idea is 50% energy from renewable sources and net zero by 2070. And herein, I think, is where biofuels actually becomes a very critical pillar. There are other sources of renewable energy, but equally biofuel is an extremely important one. And given that India has the largest arable land in the world, we have rich biomass reserves, cross residues, wastages. We have a lot of forest land that can be used for this and can be converted into biofuels, biogas, and bio-CNG. And this is therefore a very strong alternative that has emerged. And with the Honorable Minister's leadership, we have seen the tremendous strides that India has made, and that's why very progressive policies have been put in place, like the National Bioenergy Program, the National Biofuels Policy, and the Sustainable Alternative towards Affordable Transportation Scheme. And more importantly, India has also taken global leadership with the formation of the Global Biofuels Alliance during G20. And that provides an opportunity to showcase the solutions that India has got, because India is going to be the host country for this. So all of these schemes which address the issue of financial economic viability, and also through various R&D programs, this whole issue about creating innovative solutions and solutions that are economically viable, I think this is really transforming the sector. And it has led to a multi-pronged progress through various policy initiatives that are looking at biofuels from agriculture, from industrial waste, and waste to energy projects, biomass-based power generation. All of these are now growing at an accelerated pace. And the good news, India has a lot of biomass, 750 million metric tons of biomass annually, with 230 million tons available as surpluses. Now, the other very important facet to cognize for in this transformation, that this transformation is not only addressing the issue of sustainable growth, but also making a significant contribution to inclusive growth, because it creates a lot of opportunities in wood and agri value chains, a lot of opportunities for local entrepreneurship, a lot of opportunities in rural India, and the economic multipliers of this value chain are tremendous. So all in all, I think this is going to be a very powerful driver of India's progress towards Viksit Bharat through inclusive and sustainable development. And industry is very much committed to it. Industry has been at the forefront of this revolution, and this is being integrated into sustainability strategies. And industry is focused on developing and strengthening the supply side of it, which is a little complex area. The aggregation bit of it, that's an area that industry is focused on and will be and continue to focus on. And in this fashion, not only are we contributing to the development of this sector through investments, innovations, but also contributing towards social transformation. And I do believe that the manner in which this has progressed reflects great spirit of partnership between industry and the government and the R&D and academia. I think this whole model of collaboration is what will continue to propel India, backed by strong policy interventions. And as I conclude, I will once again emphasize that industry remains extremely committed. We look forward to continuing to work with the government to accelerate the development, because we do realize that this is not only going to enable sustainable growth, enable the low carbon growth that India is committed towards, but also it will make a significant contribution to the socio-economic transformation of this country. And before I end, I once again like to congratulate the Honorable Minister for his visionary leadership. I think right from the beginning at every stage, he has led from the front. He has brought new foresight and new ideas. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Puri. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as I invite our guest of honor, Shri Nitin Jairam Gadkari, Honorable Minister for Road Transport and Highways, to please present his address. Honorable Minister.
माननीय संजीव पुरी जी, तरुण जी, शिशिर जी, सभी डिस्टिंग्विश्ड डिग्निटरीज, भाई और बहनों, मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट इशू पर सीआई ने जो कन्वेंशन आयोजित किया है वो हमारे फ्यूचर से रिलेटेड है. Futuristic vision for development and futuristic technology is very important as far as the development of that country is concerned. और इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि ये बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट सब्जेक्ट भविष्य के लिए है. दूसरी इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ मैं पहले आपको बता देना चाहता हूँ, ताकि आपको ये ना लगे कि किसी का भला करने के लिए बायोफ्यूल की शुरुआत कर रहे हैं। ये कोई आप मेहरबानी मत करिए। मैं आपको ये कहने वाला हूँ कि इकोनॉमिकली मोस्ट वायबल और एडवांटेज स्थिति में है, इसलिए प्रॉफिट कमाने का धंधा इसमें चाहिए। इन एनी प्रोजेक्ट हमको 4 बातें जरूरी होती है: प्रूवन टेक्नोलॉजी, इकोनॉमिक वायबिलिटी, अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ रॉ मटेरियल एंड मार्केटेबिलिटी ऑफ द फिनिश प्रोडक्ट। अब बायोफ्यूल में जो परिस्थिति है वो फॉसिल फ्यूल और बायोफ्यूल के बाद जो इकोनॉमिक्स है उसका आप पहले एनालिसिस करिए। अभी मैंने बजाज कंपनी की एक 2-3 महीने पहले सीएनजी मोटरसाइकिल लॉन्च की। अच्छा डिज़ाइन है, सिलेंडर अंदर है, पता नहीं चलता। और जब मुझे ये जानकारी राजू बजाज जी ने दी कि उन्होंने कहा कि साउथ इंडिया में पर्टिकुलर केरला में इलेक्ट्रिक के तुलना में सीएनजी ज़्यादा ऑर्डर हमारे पास है, तो इसका कारण ये है कि पेट्रोल की मोटरसाइकिल जो है उसका पर किलोमीटर खर्चा 2 रुपये 25 पैसे है और सीएनजी का खर्चा पर किलोमीटर 1 रुपया है। अगर आप पेट्रोल की कार, डीजल की कार और सीएनजी की कार ये तुलना करोगे तो पहली बात है कि इट्स इंपोर्ट सब्स्टिट्यूट कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव, पोल्यूशन फ्री और इंडिजिनियस। तो पहली बात तो हर बायोफ्यूल इकोनॉमिकली वायबल है। अगर आप सही टेक्नोलॉजी अगर चुनते हैं तो देश के पर्यावरण की रक्षा तो हमको करनी है, पर पर्यावरण बचाने के लिए कोई सोशल सर्विस करके आप करिए, ये मैं नहीं कहने वाला हूँ। ये पहली बात थी, इकोनॉमिकली वायबल है। अभी हमारे यहाँ फिलहाल जो है जो सीएनजी कॉम्प्रेस नेचुरल गैस, इसमें सबसे अच्छी बात यह है कि हमारे यहाँ 475 प्रोजेक्ट प्रोसेस में है और 45 प्रोजेक्ट शुरू हो गए हैं। जो जानकारी मेरे पास है, पंजाब, हरियाणा, पश्चिम यूपी, कर्नाटक, अनेक जगह पर है। और ज़्यादातर प्रोजेक्ट में जो वायबिलिटी है वो राइस स्ट्रॉ के कारण है। यानी हमारे यहाँ 5 टन ऑफ राइस स्ट्रॉ इज गिविंग 1 टन ऑफ सीएनजी, 5 to 6। कॉटन स्ट्रॉ 15 टन ऑफ कॉटन स्ट्रॉ गिविंग 1 टन ऑफ बायो सीएनजी। तो हमें और अध्ययन करना पड़ेगा कि जिससे कौन सा बायोमास है जो हमको सस्ते में मिल सकता है। और मेरा इसमें जो कहना है, जो सबसे अच्छा फील्ड है वो है म्यूनिसिपल सॉलिड वेस्ट, और इसको सेग्रीगेट करके ग्लास, मेटल और प्लास्टिक बाहर निकालकर इसमें से बायोडाइजेस्टर में डालकर मीथेन निकालकर फिर बायो सीएनजी तैयार होता है। हमारी म्यूनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन में हमने नीदरलैंड के कंपनी को काम दिया, उनका पायलट प्रोजेक्ट शुरू हो गया है और अभी 3-4 महीने में प्रोजेक्ट शुरू होगा। वो हमारे कचरे से 28 टन सीएनजी पर डे तैयार करेंगे। अब आप मुझे ये कि रॉ मटेरियल कॉस्ट 0 हो गई, कोई कॉस्ट ही नहीं उसकी। और ये बहुत अच्छा फील्ड है कि 8 दिन पहले ही वहाँ एक कार्यक्रम हुआ। हमारा कचरे का बड़ा डंप यार्ड था, करीब 550-600 एकड़ जगह थी। कचरा रखते थे, गंदगी आती थी। तो एक इनोवेटिव मॉडल निकालकर 1 रुपये लीज पर हमने सिम्बोसिस यूनिवर्सिटी को लाया और सिम्बोसिस का देश का सबसे बड़ा कॉम्प्लेक्स वो कचरे के फील्ड पर बना, जिससे हमारे यहाँ 15,000 बच्चे पढ़ते हैं और जो पढ़ते वो सबको एम्प्लॉयमेंट मिल गई, काफ़ी फॉरेन चले गए। फिर अभी 50 एकड़ जगह हमने परसों नरसिंह मुंगजी उनको दी और वहाँ भी KG to PG सब कोर्सेस वो शुरू कर रहे हैं। तो मैंने कहा, पहले तो मैं कहता था कि नॉलेज टू वेल्थ, पर ये जो है एग्जाम्पल, ये वेस्ट टू वेल्थ वाला हो गया। हमारे वहाँ पानी है गंदा, जो सीवेज वाटर है वो हम लोग साफ करके महाराष्ट्र सरकार को देते हैं। वो पावर जनरेशन कोराडी और खापरखेड़ा के लिए, उसके लिए वो 300 करोड़ रुपए साल के हमको मिलते हैं फ्रॉम वेस्ट वाटर। और अब वो गैस भी तैयार होगा और जगह जो थी वो कम हो गई। तो ये जब जो कचरा रखने का जो वेस्ट जमीन थी, पूरी गंदगी आती थी, उसका अब वेस्ट टू नॉलेज, यानी जैसे हमारे यहाँ टेक्नोलॉजी, इनोवेशन, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, साइंस, रिसर्च, हम उसको नॉलेज कहते हैं, और कन्वर्शन ऑफ नॉलेज इनटू वेल्थ हम फ्यूचर मानते हैं, वैसे कन्वर्शन ऑफ वेस्ट इनटू वेल्थ उतना इम्पोर्टेंट है। और इसलिए ये जो गैस तैयार करने में पहली बात, मुझे अभी हमारे यहाँ नागपुर में भी पता चला कि जो बड़ी कंपनियाँ पेट्रोल डीजल कार बना रही है, उनका इसमें अभी फिलहाल सीएनजी में उनका सेल बढ़ गया। और सीएनजी का सेल बढ़ गया है, इसके कारण आने वाले समय में ये बायो सीएनजी है, इसके लिए बहुत अच्छा फ्यूचर है। अभी पंजाब और हरियाणा में पराली जलाते, अभी यही समय है। बीच में मैं हेलीकॉप्टर से जा रहा था तो काफ़ी जगह जल रही थी। तो सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम यही है कि इसको स्टोरेज करना। जो पानीपत में इंडियन ऑयल ने प्लांट डाला है, वो पराली से 1 लाख लीटर बायो इथेनॉल, 150 टन बायो बिटुमिन और करीब 88,000 टन पर ईयर बायो एविएशन फ्यूल, सस्टेनेबल एविएशन फ्यूल अब तैयार कर रहे, प्लांट शुरू हो गया। अभी सीएनजी और इथेनॉल तो बात है, पर सबसे और अलग अलग बातें टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप हो रही है। सेंट्रल रिसर्च रोड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ने ये जो सीएनजी तैयार होता है, इसमें से जो लिग्नेंट तैयार होता है, वो बिटुमिन में डालकर हम लोग बिटुमिन के इंपोर्ट को कम कर सकते हैं। हमारे बिटुमिन का टोटल रिक्वायरमेंट करीब 100 लाख टन है। 50 लाख टन हमारी रिफाइनरी की कैपेसिटी है और 50 लाख टन हमारा इंपोर्ट है। हमारे डिपार्टमेंट में हम ज़्यादा, सबसे तो मेरे डिपार्टमेंट में कंज्यूम करता होगा। तो अभी हमने ये तय किया है कि 7% प्लास्टिक और 15% यूज रबर टायर जो है, जो यूज़ किए गए उसकी पाउडर निकालकर उसको हम अलाउ करें। और मैंने अभी ऑयल कंपनी के चेयरमैन को भी बुलाया है कि ये जो आपका पराली से, बायोमास से सीएनजी तैयार होता है, इसमें लिग्नेंट भी निकलता है। अब मैं उसका भाव डिक्लेयर नहीं कर रहा हूँ, अदरवाइज वो मीडिया वाले को, मेरे को अधिकार नहीं उसका। पर 50 रुपये अगर बिटुमिन का भाव है तो 30 रुपये या 35 रुपये भी मिलेगा तो भी ऑयल इंडिया, ऑयल रिफाइनरी को ये फायदे का है, क्योंकि 50 रुपये उसका अभी भाव ज़्यादा बढ़ा है। और तो ये जो जितना आप लिग्नेंट तैयार करोगे, ये भी ऑयल कंपनी खरीद सकती है। उसका रिसर्च सेंट्रल रिसर्च रोड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ने किया है। तो ये प्लास्टिक, फिर यूज रबर टायर की पाउडर और ये लिग्नेंट ऐड करके हम देश में ऐसी स्थिति ला सकते हैं कि हमारा जो 50 लाख टन बिटुमिन हम इंपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, वो ये जो बायो बिटुमिन है, ये अगर हमने यूज़ किया तो हमारा इंपोर्ट भी बचेगा और इसके कारण हमारी जो सीएनजी, बायो सीएनजी बनाने वाले लोग हैं, उनकी वायबिलिटी बढ़ेगी। दूसरी इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ यही है कि राइस स्ट्रॉ सबसे अच्छा मटेरियल है, पराली। 5 टन ऑफ राइस स्ट्रॉ इज गिविंग 1 टन ऑफ बायो सीएनजी, 5 to 6 टन। इसमें सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम यह है कि ट्रांसपोर्ट ऑफ बायोमास। अभी पराली में उसकी बेल बनाना कर स्टॉक रखना, और एक ट्रैक्टर ट्रॉली में कम से कम 9 टन, तो 18 से 20 टन एक ट्रैक्टर लेके जब आएगा तो उसका लॉजिस्टिक इकोनॉमिक्स फायदे का होगा। अभी ये बैठे आवाड़ कराड़, ये इन्होंने जर्मनी से 25 लाख रुपए की कुछ मशीन्स लाई है, जो अगर ये इंडस्ट्री को सक्सेस करना है तो ट्रांसपोर्ट एंड कलेक्शन ऑफ बायोमास ये सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है। अभी कॉटन स्ट्रॉ में ऐसा होता है कि अभी भी हमारे पास ठीक प्रकार की मशीनरी उपलब्ध न होने के कारण बेल नहीं बन पाती, और कॉटन स्ट्रॉ बहुत लाइट है, उसकी डेंसिटी बहुत कम है। तो एक ट्रॉली में हमारे यहाँ मैंने प्रयोग किया तो 1.5 टन आया, 2 ट्रॉली में 3 टन आएगा, तो कहाँ कॉस्ट पुरेगी? और फिर 1 टन के लिए 15 टन लगता है। तो जब तक आप उसको कॉम्पैक्ट करके बेल में 18 टन तक एक ट्रैक्टर के लोड पे नहीं लाओगे, तब तक इकोनॉमिक वायबिलिटी नहीं आएगी। और इसलिए बायोमास में अब रिसर्च करने की ज़रूरत है कि ऐसे कौन से बायोमास है कि बायोटेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करके हम उसको बढ़ा सकते हैं, और फिर उसका उपयोग हम बायो सीएनजी बनाने के लिए कर सकते हैं। मुझे 10 दिन पहले मैं मुंबई में था तो अनंत अंबानी मेरे पास आए थे, मुझे पूछ रहे थे कि आप बार बार कहते थे, अभी हमने निर्णय किया है कि हम 600 प्लांट ये बायोमास टू सीएनजी के डालने वाले हैं। ये मुझे बता रहे थे कि 8-10 वो भी कर रहे हैं। तो इसका मतलब ये है कि ये इकोनॉमिक वायबिलिटी है, और दूसरी 22 लाख करोड़ का इंपोर्ट है फॉसिल फ्यूल का, पेट्रोल डीजल का। पोल्यूशन भी हो रहा है, कॉस्ट भी ज़्यादा है, उसमें अनसर्टेनिटी है, कौन सी वॉर होगी तो कब रेट बढ़ेंगे कोई बता नहीं सकता। और ऐसे स्थिति में हमने आत्मनिर्भर बनने के लिए हम पर्टिकुलरली बायोफ्यूल का उपयोग करके हमारे देश के एग्रीकल्चर ग्रोथ रेट को भी बढ़ा सकते हैं और किसानों को भी समृद्ध संपन्न कर सकते हैं। अभी जैसे इथेनॉल है, इथेनॉल हम शुगर केन जूस से बनाते हैं, बाद में बी हेवी मोलाइसिस जो है 7% जो आता है उससे बनाते हैं, और उसके बाद फूड ग्रेन से भी बना सकते हैं, ब्रोकन राइस से, कॉर्न से भी बना रहे हैं। पिछले साल कॉर्न का भाव जो था वो 1200 रुपये क्विंटल था, यानी एमएसपी से भी मार्केट प्राइस बहुत कम थी। अब स्थिति ऐसी हो गई कि इस बार बिहार में 2600 रुपये क्विंटल तक चला गया। इसका कारण ये हुआ कि कॉर्न की डिमांड बढ़ गई, क्योंकि सरकार जो फूड कॉरपोरेशन से राइस देता था उसमें कमी आई, तो नेचुरली कॉर्न इतना मांग आई कि कॉर्न के भाव बढ़ गए। अब कॉर्न का एकरेज 1.5 गुना हुआ है, तो मुझे लगता है कि वो स्टेबलाइज हो जाएगा 1700-1800 रुपये पर, 1900 रुपये पर, और उसके कारण किसानों को भाव अच्छा मिला। और इसलिए आने वाले समय में कॉर्न से इथेनॉल, ब्रोकन राइस से इथेनॉल, शुगर केन जूस से इथेनॉल, फिर मोलाइसिस से इथेनॉल, अब इसके साथ नुमालीगढ़ में हमारे यहाँ बाम्बू से इथेनॉल बना है, और वो अभी उनकी पाइपलाइन बांग्लादेश में जाती है। तो वहाँ के एमडी मेरे पास आए थे, तो मैंने उनको कहा था कि आप बांग्लादेश को जो पेट्रोल डीजल बेचते हो उसमें आप 20% इथेनॉल डालो, तो बांग्लादेश में पेट्रोल भी सस्ता होगा, पोल्यूशन भी कम होगा, और आप इम्पोर्टेड पेट्रोल भेजने के बजाय वो उसमें से चला जाएगा। तो नेचुरली वो इकोनॉमिकली वायबल है। तो पहली बात तो ये है कि मेरा इस पर ज़्यादा अध्ययन नहीं है, पर बाम्बू जो है कर्नाटक में भीमा बाम्बू है, वो 3 साल के बाद 1 एकड़ में 200 टन होता है, और वो बाम्बू से पर्यावरण की भी रक्षा होगी। और बाम्बू पहले काटने के लिए मनाही थी, मैं बहुत दिनों से लड़ रहा था, पर फॉरेस्ट वाले कोई सुनते नहीं थे। तो फिर एक बार प्रधानमंत्री जी को मैंने रिक्वेस्ट की कि एक बार आप ही मीटिंग बुलाइए और एक बार हम सबको बुलाइए। मीटिंग शुरू होने के पहले मैंने रिक्वेस्ट की प्रधानमंत्री जी को कि मुझे एक बात आपके सामने रखनी है। बोले बताइए। मैंने कहा इनको इतना ही प्रश्न पूछिए कि बाम्बू ये ग्रास है कि प्लांट है, बस। तो उन्होंने पूछा तो सबने जवाब दिया ये ग्रास है। फिर मैंने तुरंत पूछा कि ग्रास को काटने के लिए मत काटो, इसलिए कोई कानून है क्या? बोले नहीं है। फिर मैंने बोला बाम्बू काटने के लिए आप क्यों तकलीफ दे रहे हो? कोई कानून नहीं, कुछ नहीं है, जबरदस्ती आप ये क्यों लगा रहे हो? तो प्रधानमंत्री ने पूछा तो सेक्रेटरी का जो साहब बोल रहे सही है। तो बोले आप मीटिंग खत्म हो गई, ऑर्डर निकाल के लाओ और बाम्बू ये ग्रास है, और इसके बाद कोई आप उसको मना ही नहीं करोगे। अब बाम्बू को कोई परमिशन नहीं लगती। तो आज बाम्बू की जो स्पेसीज है, इसमें मैं पुरी साहब को कह रहा था कि आप जैसी आईटीसी जैसी कंपनी, इतनी वेस्टलैंड पड़ी है कि मैं जब हेलीकॉप्टर से काफ़ी घूमना पड़ता है तो देखता हूँ, तो मैंने बताया जैसे कुछ लोगों के ऊपर एक भी बाल नहीं रहता, वैसे पूरी ज़मीन नीचे से दिखती है। और ये इतनी ज़मीन पड़ी हुई है, वहाँ हम बाम्बू लगाएंगे जो हाई यील्ड वाला है, तो बाम्बू का उपयोग इथेनॉल बनाने के लिए भी है और सीएनजी के लिए भी हो सकता है। तो ये एक सस्ता रॉ मटेरियल है, और ये 3 साल के बाद 200 टन छोड़ दो, 100 टन भी होता है, और 3,500 4,000 का भाव मिलता है, तो किसान को 2 लाख रुपए एकड़ में फायदा होगा। और बाम्बू का आजकल वो थोड़े टुकड़े 6 mm 8 mm करके अभी उसको पैलेट बनाकर वो पावर जनरेशन के लिए यूज़ करते हैं। तो उसमें भी सरकार ने उसकी कैलोरिक वैल्यू करीब 4,400 तक आती है अगर सूखा होगा तो पावर जनरेशन में आता है, तो आपके लिए भी वो काम में आएगा। तो पहली बात तो बायोमास का डेवलपमेंट बायो एनर्जी के लिए करना बहुत आवश्यक है। दूसरी इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ है, ये म्यूनिसिपल वेस्ट में काफ़ी बड़ा म्यूनिसिपल वेस्ट पड़ा हुआ है। अभी मैं 10 साल से 11 साल से ये डिपार्टमेंट में हूँ। दिल्ली मेरठ हाईवे जब बना तब मैंने जंग पछाड़ कर कोशिश की कि ये दिल्ली की जो टेकड़ी है 2-3 जगह पर कचरे की, गाजीपुर वगैरह, तो कचरे को यूज़ करना। खूब मीटिंगें हुई, पर कचरे को सैग्रीगेट कौन करेगा, इसी पे वाद विवाद विद्वान मंडली में होता रहा और कुछ हो नहीं पाया, हाईवे बन गया। फिर अभी जो हमने UR2 बनाया है पानीपत के बाद, 10,000 करोड़ का रोड है, जो डायरेक्ट एयरपोर्ट पानीपत से आधा घंटे में हो जाएगा। द्वारका एक्सप्रेस हाईवे से डायरेक्ट T3 में जाता है, हमने टनल भी बनाई है। तो वह हाईवे पे हमने कम से कम 50 लाख टन वहाँ और दिल्ली मुंबई हाईवे पर ये कचरा यूज़ किया। अब उसको सैग्रीगेट करने वाली मशीन को हमने कंस्ट्रक्शन इक्विपमेंट में डालने के कारण हम कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को फाइनेंस भी करने लगे। उसने 6 मशीन लगाई और वो 6 मशीन के कारण हमको ये मिल गया। अहमदाबाद डोलेरो रोड में भी हमने करीब 40 लाख टन कचरा डाल दिया। मुझे लगता है कि ये जो कचरा ये सब जगह पर है, पूरे देश में बड़े बड़े सिटियों में, म्यूनिसिपल टाउन, नगर परिषद में, इसको सेग्रीगेट करके ये एक अच्छा सोर्स हो सकता है। एक इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ यही है कि जैसे कचरे से हम मीथेन बना सकते हैं, मीथेन से सीएनजी बना सकते हैं, उससे हम हाइड्रोजन भी बना सकते हैं। हाइड्रोजन में हमारी 2 समस्या है। ये हाइड्रोजन जो है ये निश्चित रूप से भविष्य है। मेरे पास जो टोयोटो की गाड़ी है, जो मैं आज लेके फ्लेक्स इंजन वाली गाड़ी में आया, इनोवा, वो 100% बायो इथेनॉल पे चलती है, और पेट्रोल की तुलना में उसका एवरेज का रेट निकाला जाए तो 25 रुपये लीटर पड़ता है। अब 6-7 महीने कभी बंद नहीं पड़ी, कोई पोल्यूशन नहीं, आवाज़ नहीं, पानी नहीं। अब हाइड्रोजन जो है, उस गाड़ी का नाम है मिराई। मिराई मीन्स फ्यूचर, भविष्य, जापानी वर्ड है मिराई। तो ये जो हाइड्रोजन में 2 बातें कि हाइड्रोजन तैयार करने के लिए काफ़ी प्रयोग हो रहे हैं। जो पेट्रोलियम से तैयार होता है वो ब्राउन हाइड्रोजन है, कोयले से होता है ब्लैक हाइड्रोजन है, और जो पानी और बायोमास से, कचरे से तैयार होगा वो ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन है। प्रॉब्लम है कि जो पानी से तैयार होता है उसमें इलेक्ट्रोलाइजर में वी आर नंबर 1 इलेक्ट्रोलाइजर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में। बंगलोर के बहुत लोग अब काम कर रहे हैं, हम नंबर 1 है, पर उसमें 1 kg हाइड्रोजन को हमको 150 यूनिट 50 यूनिट बिजली लगती है, तो 150 रुपये तो वही लग गए। और मैं सबको कहता हूँ कि हाइड्रोजन $1 पर kg अगर होगा तो हिंदुस्तान ऊर्जा को आयात करने वाला नहीं, ऊर्जा को निर्यात करने वाला देश बनेगा। और इसलिए ये संभव उसी समय है कि हमारी कॉस्ट कैसे कम हो। इसमें काफ़ी काम चल रहा है, पर इसमें ट्रांसपोर्ट ऑफ हाइड्रोजन और ट्रांसपोर्ट ऑफ बाद में फिलिंग स्टेशन, फ्यूलिंग स्टेशन, इसमें प्रॉब्लम यह है कि उसकी कैपिटल कॉस्ट बहुत ज़्यादा लगती है। मैं सीआईआई को ये अनुरोध करूंगा कि इसमें जो अलग अलग प्रकार की इंडस्ट्री है उसका अध्ययन करके उसकी टेक्नोलॉजी देश में भी डेवलप हो और वर्ल्ड में जहाँ डेवलप हुई वहाँ से लाए, ताकि हम डायरेक्ट ए टू जेड पूरा सोल्यूशन जब देंगे तो ही सक्सेस स्टोरी होगी। और इसलिए हाइड्रोजन, उसके बाद में ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन, बायो सीएनजी और इथेनॉल, तीनों के बारे में ये आप ये 20, 13, 80 की बात छोड़ दो। अभी इंडियन ऑयल ने निर्णय किया है कि वो 400 पंप इथेनॉल के डालने वाले हैं। वैद्य साहब थे, वो निर्णय करके गए हैं। उनने कुछ पंप की लिस्ट भी मेरे पास है। और आज या कल मेरे यहाँ मीटिंग भी है ऑटोमोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरर की। उसमें सुजुकी, टाटा और टोयोटा तीनों फ्लेक्स इंजन की कार मार्केट में लॉन्च करने की तैयारी में है। टोयोटा ने 20,000 करोड़ की इन्वेस्टमेंट औरंगाबाद संभाजी नगर में फ्लेक्स इंजन वाले तैयार करने के लिए उन्होंने की है। तो आने वाले समय में टाटा, टोयोटा और सुजुकी, ये तीनों भी अपनी गाड़ियां लाएंगे। फिर टीवीएस, बजाज, हीरो, होंडा, इन सब ने इथेनॉल की बाइक तैयार करके बैठे 1 साल हुआ। अब इथेनॉल के पंप जब तक नहीं आते तो बाइक नहीं आती, बाइक नहीं आती तो पंप नहीं आते। आपको तो पता है हमारे देश में कैसे चलते रहता। फिर कोई बोलता पहले अंडा चाहिए, फिर बोलता आमलेट चाहिए। तो अभी लगभग वो 400 पंप डिक्लेयर हो गए। तो मैं कोशिश कर रहा हूँ कि जहाँ पंप डिक्लेयर हुए, कर्नाटक, तमिलनाडु, उत्तर प्रदेश और महाराष्ट्र, 4 राज्यों में इथेनॉल प्रोडक्शन बढ़ा है, तो वहाँ पहले इथेनॉल के पंप शुरू हो। और इथेनॉल के पंप और सीएनजी, अब सीएनजी के भी करीब 475 प्रोजेक्ट है इन प्रोसेस में और 50 एक प्रोजेक्ट शुरू हो गए। अगर ये प्रोजेक्ट जो होंगे ये शुरू होंगे, अभी भी जो अनुमान पंजाब हरियाणा में आया है कि 20% परली यूज हुई है, पर 80% भी जल रही है। तो जो राइस स्ट्रॉ परली अवेलेबल है उसमें जैसे ये प्रोजेक्ट आएंगे तो परली में वैल्यू क्रिएट हो जाएगी। अब 2,000, 2,500 रुपये टन, और हरियाणा की सरकार तो उसके ऊपर सब्सिडी भी देती है। तो नेचुरली मुझे लगता है कि आने वाले समय में 1-2 साल में परली जलना बंद हो जाएगा तो दिल्ली का प्रदूषण कम हो जाएगा। और इसके साथ साथ जो प्रेसमड है जो शुगर फैक्ट्री में आता है, उस प्रेसमड से भी लोग बायो सीएनजी बना रहे हैं। और आपको बहुत खुशी होगी कि हम पोटैश को इंपोर्ट करते हैं। अभी ये जो पेंट वॉश है, ये बॉयलर में जलाने के कारण, ये तरुण जी को पता है, शायद आपका भी होगा, ये पोटैश निकल रहा है अच्छे ग्रेड का। तो धीरे धीरे ये जो पेंट वॉश को बॉयलर में जलाकर जो पोटैश निकलेगा, तो हमको पोटैश भी इंपोर्ट करने की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। यानी ये जो वैल्यू एडिशन है ये हमारे लिए और इकोनॉमिक वायबिलिटी को बढ़ाता है। मेरा आपको एक अनुरोध है कि आने वाले समय में एविएशन फ्यूल ये बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट सेक्टर है। अभी जब डावोस में चर्चाएं हुई तब फाइनल नहीं आया, पर लगभग ये चर्चा हुई कि 5% पेट्रोलियम एविएशन फ्यूल में बायोफ्यूल डालें। और मुझे लगता है कि बाय अप्रोप्रिएट टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करके, ये मेरा गट फीलिंग है कि हम एविएशन फ्यूल जो पेट्रोलियम है उससे सस्ता बायो एविएशन फ्यूल बना सकेंगे। एक बात, इथेनॉल से क्या क्या हो सकता है इसके ऊपर भी बहुत रिसर्च चल रहा है। काफ़ी वैल्यू एडेड प्रोडक्ट्स हैं जो इथेनॉल से बन सकते हैं। इथेनॉल का एक्सपोर्ट हम श्रीलंका और बांग्लादेश में भी कर सकते हैं, जिसमें उनकी फ्यूल सस्ती होगी, पोल्यूशन कम होगा। जब पूर्व बांग्लादेश के प्रधानमंत्री दिल्ली आई थी तो मेरी बात हुई थी, तब मैंने उनको सुझाव दिया था, उनका आइडिया पसंद आई। फिर श्रीलंका के भी प्रधानमंत्री से मुझे मिलने का मौका मिला। उन्होंने कहा कि हमारी इकोनॉमी में फॉसिल फ्यूल के रेट बढ़ने के कारण बहुत अड़चन आई। तो मैंने कहा आप इलेक्ट्रिक बसेस, इलेक्ट्रिक पर जाइए, और ये जो पेट्रोल के लिए आप इथेनॉल का उपयोग करिए 20-26% तक, तो आपको कॉस्ट कम पड़ेगी। अभी डीजल में भी 15% इथेनॉल डालने के बारे में ऑलरेडी अध्ययन चल रहा है, हम उसको पुशअप करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, पर ये भी अब दूर नहीं है। तो इथेनॉल की डिमांड बहुत ज़्यादा है। आप में जितना दम होगा उतना इथेनॉल बनाओ। आपने कितना बनाया इसमें कोई मतलब नहीं है। मैं परसों प्रधानमंत्री जी के एडवाइज़र मेरे पास आए थे, तो मैंने उनको व्यक्तिगत रूप से सुझाव दिया कि आप क्यों रिस्ट्रिक्ट करते हो, 5 साल जिसको बनाना है उतना बनाने दो, और ज़्यादा हुआ तो एक्सपोर्ट करने की परमिशन दो, लोग लेंगे। क्योंकि पेट्रोल और बाकी गैस इकोनॉमी की तुलना में, फॉसिल फ्यूल की तुलना में अगर इकोनॉमिक वायबिलिटी है, पोल्यूशन कम होगा तो दुनिया लेगी। तो इसलिए आने वाले समय में इसका ब्राइट इकोनॉमिक फ्यूचर है, और ये हमारे देश में सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट इसलिए है कि हमारी टोटल जीडीपी ग्रोथ में 54 to 56% ग्रोथ जो आती है वो सर्विस सेक्टर से आती है, 22 to 24% मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर से आती है, और 14% एग्रीकल्चर एंड अलाइड सेक्टर से आती है। अगर 22 लाख करोड़ का जो फॉसिल फ्यूल का इंपोर्ट है वो कम करके डाइवर्सिफिकेशन ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर टूवर्ड्स एनर्जी एंड पावर सेक्टर अगर संभव हुआ, और इसमें से 7-8 लाख करोड़ भी हमने रूरल एग्रीकल्चर इकोनॉमी में डाले गए, तो सबसे बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट अचीवमेंट ये होगी कि हमारा एग्रीकल्चर ग्रोथ रेट 20% से ऊपर जाएगा। और वो अगर ऊपर गया तो गांव गरीब मजदूर किसान का कल्याण होगा। जल, जमीन, जंगल और जानवर पर आधारित जो इकोनॉमी की बात हम कर रहे हैं उसमें बहुत बड़ा फायदा होगा। और इसलिए मेरा आप सबसे अनुरोध है कि बायोफ्यूल में इकोनॉमिक वायबिलिटी है। अभी जिस प्रकार से रेट बढ़ते जा रहे हैं फॉसिल फ्यूल के, और जिस प्रकार की कठिनाइयों का सामना देश को करना पड़ता है, इसमें हमारे देश को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए हमको सबको इसका विचार करना पड़ेगा। मैं एग्रीकल्चर में ज़्यादा काम करता हूँ, मुझे किसानों में ज़्यादा काम करता हूँ, इसलिए मेरी इच्छा हर बात को डाइवर्सिफाई टू एग्रीकल्चर हो, ये मेरी कोशिश रहती है। हमारा किसान केवल अन्नदाता नहीं, अब ऊर्जादाता बन गया। ऊर्जादाता नहीं, ईंधन दाता बन गया। ईंधन दाता नहीं, अब वो हाइड्रोजन दाता बनेगा, बिटुमिन दाता बनेगा, और फिर उसके साथ धीरे धीरे गेहूँ, चावल और मक्के के साथ अगर ये चीज़ें आएगी तो किसान की प्रॉफिट, मार्जिन ऑफ प्रॉफिट बढ़ेगी। और ये जो बाय प्रोडक्ट है, बायोमास है, इसका वैल्यू एडिशन होगा तो गांव में रोजगार निर्माण होंगे, ग्रोथ बढ़ेगी। और इसलिए मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि निश्चित रूप से आने वाले समय में इकोनॉमिक वायबिलिटी के हिसाब से बहुत अच्छा फ्यूचर है। मैं 2004 से बोल रहा हूँ। पहले लोग तो पागल ही समझते थे, जो बोलते थे तो ये क्या बोल रहे, कैसे होगा, ये कुछ भी बोल रहे, ऐसा बोलते थे। फिर अभी धीरे धीरे अब लोग विश्वास रखने लगे। फिर मैंने एक बार विक्रम किर्लोस्कर सीआई के चेयरमैन थे, जो टोयोटो के चेयरमैन थे, बेचारे उनका देहांत हो गया। एक दिन मेरे पत्नी ने खाना खाते समय मुझे कहा कि पानी से हाइड्रोजन तैयार होगा और हाइड्रोजन से गाड़ियाँ चलती है, ऐसा आप बोलते हो, मैंने सुना यूट्यूब पर। अब मेरा ही विश्वास नहीं बैठता तो दुनिया का क्या विश्वास आपके ऊपर बैठने वाला। तब मुझे ध्यान में आया कि मामला गंभीर है। तो मैंने तुरंत उसी समय विक्रम किर्लोस्कर को फ़ोन किया और मैंने कहा ये हाइड्रोजन वाली गाड़ी मुझे चाहिए। बोले नितिन जी ये तो यहाँ नहीं बनती। मतलब कहाँ बनती क्या बनती मुझे मालूम नहीं, तुम लाओ। तो बोले ठीक है। तो उन्होंने वो मेरा ही गाड़ी ला के दी। अब फ्लेक्स इंजन की नागपुर में, और मैं प्रचार करता हूँ कि देखो ये चल सकता है, क्योंकि आउट ऑफ बॉक्स किसी बात पर विश्वास रखने के लिए सिस्टम में भी लोग तैयार नहीं होते और बाहर के भी लोग तैयार नहीं होते, उसको समय लगता है। अब सबको पता चल गया, अभी मुझे कोई कन्विंस करने की जरूरत नहीं है। पर ये 14 साल, ये जो अनेक, मैं ब्राज़ील में अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी ने जब मुझे भेजा था राम नाइक जी के साथ, तब देख के आया। बताते बताते मेरी 15-20 साल की तो जिंदगी इसको मार्केटिंग करने में और कन्विंस करने में चली गई। तो ये आज वो स्थिति नहीं रही। आज सीआई वालों तो ज़्यादा होशियार लोग हैं, बिजनेस में काम करते हैं, उनको बराबर समझता है कि कहाँ पैसा है कहाँ नहीं है। आप जैसे कौन, इससे अच्छे कौन होंगे कि आप तो स्मेल से जान लेते इकोनॉमिक वायबिलिटी कहाँ है, आपको समझाने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। अब धीरे धीरे लोगों को ध्यान में आया, और मैं इसलिए कहता हूँ कि देश का प्रदूषण नष्ट हो वगैरह ये काम हमारा है, हम करेंगे। वो तो आप करते हैं तो अच्छी बात है, पर इकोनॉमिक वायबिलिटी है फॉसिल 22 लाख करोड़ का इंपोर्ट है। कितनी कोशिश करोगे तो कभी ये, अभी मुझे लोग पूछते हैं तुम इलेक्ट्रिक की भी बात करते, इथेनॉल की बात करते, मिथेनॉल की बात करते, सीएनजी की बात करते, हाइड्रोजन की बात करते हैं, तो मैंने उनको कहा इसका सही उत्तर बताऊं, इतना सब होने के बाद में भी ये इंपोर्ट कितना कम होगा अभी भी मुझे डर लगता है। यानी इतना पटक पटक के भी बायोफ्यूल की इकोनॉमी अभी भी 2 लाख करोड़ के ऊपर नहीं गई, और इंपोर्ट है 22 लाख करोड़ का, यानी 11 गुना है। और इतना कितना भी हम करेंगे तो भी ह्यूज पोटेंशियल है। डिमांड एंड सप्लाई के इसमें डिमांड बहुत ज़्यादा है, और आपका जो अल्टरनेटिव प्रोडक्ट है वो सस्ता है, पोल्यूशन फ्री है, इंडिजिनियस है, किसानों के लिए हेल्पफुल है, युवाओं को रोजगार देने वाला है, और देश की ग्रोथ को बढ़ाने वाला है, और आपको कमाई देने वाला है। तो ये मुझे लगता है ये विन विन सिचुएशन है। और इसलिए अलग अलग इसमें 3 सेक्टर में आप इसका थोड़ा और डिटेल अध्ययन करिए। आज आप जैसे बायोफ्यूल पे किया है, पहली बात आप ट्रांसपोर्ट ऑफ बायोमास, इसी पे एक बार बहुत अच्छी तरीके से लोगों को बुलाइए, ताकि हमारे देश में राइस स्ट्रॉ, कॉटन स्ट्रॉ, व्हीट स्ट्रॉ, सोयाबीन स्ट्रॉ, बगास, इसका अभी बगास से हम लोग बिजली तैयार करते हैं, पैसे ही नहीं मिलते। स्टेट गवर्नमेंट में 3-3 महीने पैसे नहीं मिलते। इधर तो सीएनजी बना, पंप पे गया, तुरंत मिल जाएगा। मेरी आग्रह पर महिंद्रा ने सीएनजी का ट्रैक्टर बनाया। वो जो अभी ट्रैक्टर में हमारे यूरो 6 के इमिशन नॉर्म्स लागू करना कि नहीं करना, मेरे पास फाइल पड़ी है। ये सब लोग आए मेरे पास, ट्रैक्टर कंपनी वाले, साहब ये करोगे तो ट्रैक्टर 1,00,000-1,25 लाख रुपए से महंगा हो जाएगा। मैंने बोला यूरो 6 इमिशन नॉर्म तो सबको लग गए, ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री को लग गए, और तुम अगर नहीं लगाओगे तो ये प्रदूषण के हिसाब से तो आवश्यक है। तो मैंने बोला एक काम करो, मैं ये नहीं करता, मेरी कंडीशन है। बोले क्या? मैंने बोला इलेक्ट्रिक पर, इथेनॉल पर, फ्लेक्स इंजन का, मिथेनॉल पर और सीएनजी पर के ट्रैक्टर मार्केट में लॉन्च करो। अगर तुम ये लॉन्च करोगे तो मैं यूरो 6 के इमिशन नॉर्म नहीं लाऊंगा, और तुमने ये लॉन्च नहीं किया तो मैं टपका दूंगा, साइन लगा के निकाल दूंगा। आपको देखो तय करना है क्या है। तो अब उनका सीएनजी का ट्रैक्टर आया उधर, उसको सिलेंडर शायद 2 या 4 लगा है। मेरे पास सीएनजी का ट्रैक्टर है, तो 1.5 लाख, 1 से 1.5 लाख रुपए साल की किसान की बचत है, क्योंकि सीएनजी सस्ता है, डीजल महंगा है। अब धीरे धीरे पाइपलाइन से भी सीएनजी जा रहा है, पर वो इंपोर्टेड है। हमारे यहाँ एलएनजी के पंप मैंने शुरू करा है, वैद्यनाथ कंपनी को, वही कंसल्टेंट हूँ उनका। और जब पंप शुरू किए तो अभी उनके 5 हो गए, अभी ग्वालियर में जा रहे, सब रोड पे डाल रहे वो। और फिर मैंने उनको कहा तुम्हारी एनबीएफसी है लहा, मैंने बोला तुम एक काम करो, तुम 500 ट्रक वालों से कांटेक्ट करके एलएनजी के ट्रक का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट करो, और इधर तुम अपना फाइनेंस कर दो। तो उन्होंने अभी आयशर वोल्वो के साथ जॉइंट वेंचर किया और 250 ट्रक खरीद लिए, और वहाँ उनके यहाँ अभी 2 पंप बढ़िया चल रहे हैं, अच्छी कमाई हो रही। और एलएनजी में 100 रुपये का डीजल जहाँ लगता है, वहाँ 40 रुपये का एलएनजी लगता है, और 50 रुपये का सीएनजी लगता है। तो लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट वर्ल्ड में हमारी हाईएस्ट है, 14% है। और मेरा विश्वास है कि जिस दिन रोड अच्छे बन रहे हैं उस दिन फ्यूल भी चेंज हो गई, इलेक्ट्रिक, सीएनजी, एलएनजी और इथेनॉल ये आ जाएगी। और मुझे लगता है कि निश्चित रूप से आने वाले समय में हमारी लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट 9% पे आ जाएगी, सिंगल डिजिट पर, क्योंकि फ्यूल में एकदम कॉस्ट डिफरेंस है। और इसलिए मेरी आप सबसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि ये प्रोजेक्ट जो है ये इकोनॉमिकली वायबल है, प्रॉफिट मेकिंग है। ये बात अलग है कि देश के प्रदूषण को कम करता है, किसानों को फायदा करता है, ये सब बातें हैं, ये हमारे लिए भी महत्वपूर्ण, आपके लिए भी है। पर अगर जब ये प्रॉफिट मेकिंग है तो आप इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए क्यों हेजिटेट करते हो? शुगर फैक्ट्रीज में प्रेस मड होता है, अभी जो बगास है उससे बिजली तैयार करते हैं और बिजली जो है वो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के डिस्कॉम को बेचते हैं। अब हमारे यहाँ महाराष्ट्र में तो रेट 4.75 है, तो वो पुराता ही नहीं। और इसलिए आने वाले समय में शुगर का जब क्रशिंग बढ़ेगा तो बगास और प्रेस मड बायोडाइजेस्टर में डालकर बायो सीएनजी बनाना और बायो सीएनजी को बायो एलएनजी भी बनाना, तो ये तो डिमांड ही डिमांड है, तुरंत पैसा है, पंप पे डालो पैसा लो कैश में, पेमेंट के लिए या चेक के लिए जाने की जरूरत नहीं। तो मुझे लगता है कि आने वाले समय में ये बहुत ही वाइब्रेंट इंडस्ट्री हो रही है, इसका फ्यूचर बहुत अच्छा है। हिंदुस्तान को आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाना ये प्रधानमंत्री जी का सपना है, $5 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बनाना और विश्वगुरु बनाना और 3rd लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी वर्ल्ड की बनाना, और ये आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाना। जब तक ये 22 लाख करोड़ का इंपोर्ट कम नहीं होता तब तक ये हमारे लिए कठिन है। और इसलिए आने वाले समय में ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री का ग्राफ भी बढ़ रहा है। अभी यूरोपियन कंट्रीज में ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री का सेल डाउन हो रहा है। हमारे देश में मैं जब मंत्री बना तो इंडस्ट्री का साइज 7 लाख करोड़ था, अभी हमारे इंडस्ट्रीज का साइज हो गया करीब 15 लाख करोड़, और हमारा 4.5 करोड़ लोगों को जॉब देने वाली, देश को और राज्य सरकार और भारत सरकार को टैक्स के रूप में, जीएसटी के रूप में सबसे ज़्यादा टैक्स देने वाली ये इंडस्ट्री है, सबसे ज़्यादा एक्सपोर्ट करने वाली ये इंडस्ट्री है। और आने वाले समय में यूएसए 78 लाख करोड़ की इंडस्ट्री है, चाइना 44 लाख करोड़ की, और हम 15 लाख करोड़ के। और अब हमारी जिस प्रकार से वर्ल्ड के पूरे ब्रांड हमारे देश में है, और अगर हमने पेट्रोल डीजल के साथ इलेक्ट्रिक, इथेनॉल, मेथेनॉल, बायोडीजल, एलएनजी, सीएनजी, हाइड्रोजन, इसमें अगर हमारी ऑटो इंडस्ट्री को डेवलप किया तो स्काई इज द लिमिट। आपको पता होगा कि हमारी 2 व्हीलर इंडस्ट्री जो है, बजाज, टीवीएस, हीरो, उनका 50% प्रोडक्शन एक्सपोर्ट होता है, और एंसिलरी में कितने लोगों को एम्प्लॉयमेंट मिला है। तो जिस प्रकार से ये आप फ्यूल को डेवलप करोगे, दूसरी तरफ ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री डेवलप होगी, दोनों का जो इफेक्ट है वो निश्चित रूप से एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, डोमेस्टिक मार्केट में भी हमारा इंपोर्ट कम होगा फॉसिल फ्यूल का, और नए रोजगार निर्माण होंगे, ग्रोथ बढ़ेगी, और ये विन विन सिचुएशन है, और ये प्रूवन है, और डिमांड की कोई प्रश्न ही नहीं आता। आपको बता दो, मैंने जेसीबी कंपनी को आग्रह से कहा था कि जेसीबी ये बायोफ्यूल पे करिए, तो उन्होंने एक बड़े मुश्किल से मेरे आग्रह के कारण एक जेसीबी तैयार किया जो 50% सीएनजी और 50% डीजल पे चलता था। मैंने लॉन्च किया, उनको 1000 जेसीबी का रशिया से ऑर्डर मिला, 1000 जेसीबी का। तो आने वाले समय में टेक्नोलॉजी में जो इनोवेशन में जो चेंजेस होंगे वो वर्ल्ड मार्केट के लिए, हमको एक्सपोर्ट के लिए उपयोगी होंगे। तो मुझे लगता है कि आप सब लोग इस फ्यूचर को ध्यान में लेते हुए इसमें डिटेल में जाए। और सीआई को मेरी एक रिक्वेस्ट है कि बायोमास का ट्रांसपोर्ट, इसकी भी पैरेलल इंडस्ट्री बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, और वो कॉस्ट जो है, एक ट्रैक्टर के साथ 18 टन बायोमास आना, वो उसके लिए कौन से एग्रीकल्चर इंजीनियरिंग में कौन सी मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग का उपयोग करके अच्छे मशीन्स हमको मिल सकती है। और मैं अभी पंजाब सरकार को भी, हरियाणा सरकार को भी मैं उनको सुझाव देने वाला हूँ कि आपके तरफ से भी आप इस मशीनरी को खरीदने के लिए स्पेशल कंसेशन, कुछ इंसेंटिव दीजिए, ताकि हमारा बायोमास जले नहीं, प्रदूषण ना हो। तो मुझे लगता है कि एक बहुत अच्छा फ्यूचर इस इंडस्ट्री को है, और निश्चित रूप से आप इसको प्रमोट करने के लिए जो इनिशिएटिव आपने इस समिट के द्वारा लिया है, मैं सीआई को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। आप सब लोगों को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
Thank you, Honorable Minister, sir, and our esteemed guests for your addresses. I request you all to kindly come forward for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention to this important announcement. Please remain seated as Honorable Minister proceeds for his next engagement, please. Kindly do not move. Please remain seated. Please remain seated. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The lunch is ready. I request you all to kindly proceed for the lunch, and we will reconvene at 2:15 in place of 2:30. We will convene at 2:15 sharp in this room, please. Thank you.
And the need of Bharat Mata, Reliance Bioenergy was formed with a clear aim to transform waste to wealth. To start with, Team Bioenergy transformed over 100 acres of barren land at Jamnagar into a green patch, building the world's largest bioenergy technology center. Since 2022, this green site has helped us to test, improvise, and commercialize different biofuel technologies. These include compressed biogas, densified biofuel, torrefied biofuel, and bio-oils. Today, the hard work of our team is bearing fruit. We have commissioned our first commercial CBG project at Barabanki. Today, this plant stands as the world's fastest executed CBG plant. Similar progress is being made across multiple CBG sites. We are already on track to become world's leading bioenergy company with an ever-expanding network across India. These modular CBG plants are designed with a digital-first philosophy, making them highly efficient. Our dedicated employees and partners are at the heart of our growth. And our young team is just getting started.
India is in the midst of a transformational journey. A journey towards self-reliance. It is driving an all-encompassing transformation in its economic and industrial landscapes to emerge strong, independent, and self-sufficient. Inspired by this journey of self-reliance, we at Triveni Engineering have also prepared a roadmap to drive self-sufficiency across the sectors and business segments of our presence. We have positioned ourselves as partners in the nation's efforts to become a self-sustaining economic power on the global map. In our sugar business, as one of India's largest sugar manufacturers, with 7 state-of-the-art FSSC 22000 certified sugar units, we have been working towards agri self-reliance by strengthening our farmer relations to boost production, yield and their income, thus uplifting and empowering the country's rural population. We also worked aggressively on our cane development initiatives to maximize sugarcane yield, crush and recovery. In our alcohol business, we have been expanding our capacity to support the government's ethanol blended petrol program to create a more sustainable future by lowering emissions and reducing import dependence. This approach has delivered sterling results for the company and contributed towards the progress of the sector at a broader level. In our engineering businesses, we are among the leading players in power transmission and water and wastewater treatment solutions in the country. We have been steering India's self-reliance journey through our power transmission solutions, which are driven by innovation, value engineering, and reliability. Through defense products and solutions, we are powering India's indigenous efforts. We are a trusted indigenous supplier of critical equipment for Indian Navy for the last 3 decades. The growing water scarcity is catalyzing new opportunities in the areas of recycle, reuse, and zero liquid discharge. Through our innovative water and wastewater treatment solutions, we have been boosting India's water self-sufficiency by catering to the specialized needs of industrial, municipal, and specialized projects across sectors, including desalination and utility management for water and sewerage network. With a strong environment, social and governance focus across life cycle, we have developed a robust foundation to nurture our relationships and steer our strategic approach to partner India's journey towards self-reliance. As we uphold our vision to strive to maintain sustainable business growth through continuous innovation, market development, and customer retention, while creating long-term value for all our stakeholders, we are also positioning ourselves as partners in the nation's efforts to become a self-sustaining economic power on the global map. This we consider as our responsibility and privilege.
We are a green fuel supply chain company aimed to accelerate energy transition of India. With our AI-powered digital platform, we are enabling a dependable supply chain for bioenergy. By setting up a unique farm-to-fuel ecosystem connecting farmers, biomass processors, network partners, and industrial consumers, a farmer generates wealth from agri-waste. Small rural enterprises get new growth opportunities. Logistics and finance service providers become our network partners. Industries and bioenergy companies procure biomass and biofuels seamlessly. At a click, they can discover biomass suppliers, trade, negotiate, and deal, all transparently, truly bringing the world of biofuels in your palm. Digitalization is aimed at creating inclusivity, promoting rural participation. With a network of rural businesses, we have created a supply chain that provides reliability and fair price. This is done with a farmer mobile app that helps farmers get on board. Biomass Bank creates rural enterprise for collection, transport, and storage of biomass, providing an e-commerce platform that helps with various functionalities like true price discovery, RFP-based procurement, conducting auctions, and much more. A verified supplier badge is a trust seal of reliable supplies, pre-approved quality, and pre-qualified supplier. By completing the circle of trust, we are committed to create a circular economy for agro-waste, rural empowerment, and carbon footprint reduction. Become part of the biofuel circle revolution and join us in shaping a greener, more sustainable, and inclusive future.
तू ही मेरी एक वजह है, तू ही मेरी ऊर्जा है, तू ही मेरी राहों का नूर। तुझी से तो मैं बड़ा हूँ, तेरे लिए मैं यहाँ हूँ, तुझको मैं जाऊँ कैसे भूल। तू मेरा फ्यूल हो, 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 तू मेरा फ्यूल हो, हो। तुझी से मैं चलता हूँ, तेरे लिए चलता हूँ, तू जो चाहे करेंगे जरूर। जो भी कुछ करूँ मैं तेरे लिए करता हूँ, तुझी से मैं हुआ मशहूर। तू मेरा फ्यूल हो,
टैंक फुल करना।
तू मेरा फ्यूल हो, हो, हो। तू ही मेरा बंदा, तू ही मेरा अपना, तेरी मांगे होंगी कबूल। तुझी से तो जीता हूँ मैं, तुझी से तो बना हूँ मैं, तू ही जिस्म, तू ही मेरी रूह। तू मेरा फ्यूल हो,
अरे भाई साहब, लुब्रिकेंट मिलेगा?
जी बिल्कुल मिलेगा।
पहले इंडियन, फिर ऑयल, इंडियन ऑयल।
It's the energy source for many, but the ultimate symbol of sustainability for everyone. And so, the sun is our ultimate inspiration. We are Traj Industries, the flag bearers of bioeconomy, a true sunrise industry, and we are committed to sustainable climate actions. Our solutions help lower CO2 emissions by millions of metric tons, recycle millions of liters of water every year, facilitate development of vaccines, and create job opportunities for farming communities globally. In a journey nearing 4 decades, we have been contributing to climate actions, energy transition, and rural empowerment.
All our endeavors are powered by the vision of making the world a cleaner, greener, and better place through technology-embedded solutions.
Bioenergy is at the core of our growth story, and it continues to be our flagship business, helping conquer new frontiers globally. Today, Traj is the leading player in biofuels industry, providing technology solutions to ethanol plants that contribute over 10% share in global bioethanol production capacity. We are commissioning a first of its kind and Asia's first 2G ethanol biorefinery, built on proprietary technology for processing cellulosic feedstock. Traj's biomobility platform of technologies is aimed at sustainable decarbonization of transportation sector. As a strong proponent of ESG in bioeconomy, powered by its rich legacy and future-ready solutions, Traj is inspired by the sun to shape a better future for this world.
Inspired by our chairman's vision of achieving net carbon zero by 2035, the story of Reliance Bioenergy started in 2022 at the beautiful city of Jamnagar, the cradle of our energy business. India houses more than 220 million tons of surplus agricultural residues and more than 50 million tons of urban waste. However, these are currently polluting the environment. Recognizing this opportunity and the need of Bharat Mata, Reliance Bioenergy was formed with a clear aim to transform waste to wealth. To start with, Team Bioenergy transformed over 100 acres of barren land at Jamnagar into a green patch, building the world's largest bioenergy technology center. Since 2022, this green site has helped us to test, improvise, and commercialize different biofuel technologies. These include compressed biogas, densified biofuel, torrefied biofuel, and bio-oils. Today, the hard work of our team is bearing fruit. We have commissioned our first commercial CBG project at Barabanki. Today, this plant stands as the world's fastest executed CBG plant. Similar progress is being made across multiple CBG sites. We are already on track to become world's leading bioenergy company with an ever-expanding network across India. These modular CBG plants are designed with a digital-first philosophy, making them highly efficient. Our dedicated employees and partners are at the heart of our growth. And our young team is just getting started.
India is in the midst of a transformational journey. A journey towards self-reliance. It is driving an all-encompassing transformation in its economic and industrial landscapes.
से मैं हुआ मशहूर, तू मेरा फ्यूल।
टैंक फुल करना।
तू ही मेरा बंदा, तू ही मेरा अपना, तेरी मांगे होंगी कबूल। तुझी से तो जीता हूँ मैं, तुझी से तो बना हूँ मैं, तू ही जिस्म, तू ही मेरी रूह, तू मेरा फ्यूल।
अरे भाई साहब, लुब्रिकेंट मिलेगा?
जी बिल्कुल मिलेगा। पहले इंडियन, फिर ऑयल, इंडियन ऑयल।
It's the energy source for many, but the ultimate symbol of sustainability for everyone. And so, the sun is our ultimate inspiration. We are Traj Industries, the flag bearers of bioeconomy, a true sunrise industry, and we are committed to sustainable climate actions. Our solutions help lower CO2 emissions by millions of metric tons, recycle millions of liters of water every year, facilitate development of vaccines, and create job opportunities for farming communities globally. In a journey nearing 4 decades, we have been contributing to climate actions, energy transition, and rural empowerment.
All our endeavors are powered by the vision of making the world a cleaner, greener, and better place through technology-embedded solutions.
Bioenergy is at the core of our growth story, and it continues to be our flagship business helping conquer new frontiers globally. Today, Traj is the leading player in biofuels industry, providing technology solutions to ethanol plants that contribute over 10% share in global bioethanol production capacity. We are commissioning a first of its kind and Asia's first 2G ethanol biorefinery, built on proprietary technology for processing cellulosic feedstock. Traj's biomobility platform of technologies is aimed at sustainable decarbonization of transportation sector. As a strong proponent of ESG in bioeconomy, powered by its rich legacy and future-ready solutions, Traj is inspired by the sun to shape a better future for this world.
Inspired by our chairman's vision of achieving net carbon zero by 2035, the story of Reliance Bioenergy started in 2022 at the beautiful city of Jammu, the cradle of our energy business. India houses more than 220 million tons of surplus agricultural residues and more than 50 million tons of urban waste. However, these are currently polluting the environment. Recognizing this opportunity and the need of Bharat Mata, Reliance Bioenergy was formed with a clear aim to transform waste to wealth. To start with, Team Bioenergy transformed over 100 acres of barren land at Jammu into a green patch, building the world's largest bioenergy technology center. Since 2022, this green site has helped us to test, improvise, and commercialize different biofuel technologies. These include compressed biogas, densified biofuel, torrefied biofuel, and biooils. Today, the hard work of our team is bearing fruit. We have commissioned our first commercial CBG project at Barabanki. Today, this plant stands as the world's fastest executed CBG plant. Similar progress is being made across multiple CBG sites. We are already on track to become world's leading bioenergy company with an ever-expanding network across India. These modular CBG plants are designed with a digital-first philosophy, making them highly efficient. Our dedicated employees and partners are at the heart of our growth. And our young team is just getting started.
India is in the midst of a transformational journey. A journey towards self-reliance. It is driving an all-encompassing transformation in its economic and industrial landscapes to emerge strong, independent, and self-sufficient. Inspired by this journey of self-reliance, we at Triveni Engineering have also prepared a roadmap to drive self-sufficiency across the sectors and business segments of our presence. We have positioned ourselves as partners in the nation's efforts to become a self-sustaining economic power on the global map. In our sugar business, as one of India's largest sugar manufacturers, with 7 state-of-the-art FSSC 22000 certified sugar units, we have been working towards agri self-reliance by strengthening our farmer relations to boost production, yield and their income, thus uplifting and empowering the country's rural population. We also worked aggressively on our cane development initiatives to maximize sugarcane yield, crush and recovery. In our alcohol business, we have been expanding our capacity to support the government's ethanol blended petrol program to create a more sustainable future by lowering emissions and reducing import dependence. This approach has delivered sterling results for the company and contributed towards the progress of the sector at a broader level. In our engineering businesses, we are among the leading players in power transmission and water and wastewater treatment solutions in the country. We have been steering India's self-reliance journey through our power transmission solutions, which are driven by innovation, value engineering, and reliability. Through defense products and solutions, we are powering India's indigenous efforts. We are a trusted indigenous supplier of critical equipment for Indian Navy for the last 3 decades. The growing water scarcity is catalyzing new opportunities in the areas of recycle, reuse, and zero liquid discharge. Through our innovative water and wastewater treatment solutions, we have been boosting India's water self-sufficiency by catering to the specialized needs of industrial, municipal, and specialized projects across sectors, including desalination and utility management for water and sewerage network. With a strong environment, social and governance focus across life cycle, we have developed a robust foundation to nurture our relationships and steer our strategic approach to partner India's journey.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Self-reliance.
Shortly, we are going to start with our next session.
श्रीवास्तव जी जो जोन सेक्रेटरी हैं वो अभी रास्ते में ही हैं।
1 मिनट। ये
जोन अभी है, अभी नहीं
तो अभी तो
है हमारे पास।
टाइम है हमारे पास। अच्छा, ये भी हट गए ना ये। विक्रम गुलाटी
हाँ विक्रम गुलाटी जी नहीं है, इनकी जगह ये है, ये सब ठीक है बाकी
ये
सब-
बाकी सारे ठीक है, बस ये
हाँ,
नहीं है, ये इज नॉट है।
5 मिनट बाद ही शुरू करूँगा।
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I have your kind attention, please? We are soon going to start with our second session. I request you all to kindly come to the main hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down. We are starting with our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're just starting in 1 more minute. We are just waiting for one speaker to arrive who's just at the entrance. Please take your seats. All the guests in the lunch area, kindly come to the main hall. We are starting with our next session. Welcome everyone to our next session on India's biofuel revolution, fueling sustainable mobility. Join me in welcoming on the stage our esteemed guests. Put your hands together for Mr. Sameer Sinha, Chief Executive Officer, Triveni Engineering and Industries Limited, and also the moderator of our session. Mr. Sinha. May I now invite Mr. Aswini Srivastav, Joint Secretary, Sugar, Department of Food and Public Distribution, Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Srivastav. Mr. Sumit Kishore, Executive Director, Business Development and Exploration and Production. GAIL. Mr. Kishore. Yeah. A round of applause, please. Let's cheer our panelists, please. May I now request Mr. Ashish Chutani, Head Government and Policy Affairs, Maruti Suzuki India Limited. Mr. Ashish Chutani. I would now request Mr. Devdutt Deshpande, Chief Executive Officer, Thermax Bioenergy Solutions. Thank you, sir. May I now request Mr. Rajgopal Manohar, Head of TS and Innovation, Novonesis. Mr. Manohar. Ladies and gentlemen, this session will explore India's biofuel revolution, focusing on the transition from first generation to advanced third and fourth generation biofuels that reduce dependence on hydrocarbons. With this brief introduction, I would like to invite Mr. Sameer Sinha, Chief Executive Officer, Triveni Engineering and Industries Limited, to set the context for this session and take the session forward. Mr. Sinha, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Srivastav, other distinguished panelists on the dais, my equally distinguished delegates, good afternoon. I've been given the onerous task of keeping you awake in this post-lunch siesta, and let me assure you that post the forceful pre-lunch sessions, this will be an equally engaging and insightful session. And I've got a very distinguished set of panelists along with Mr. Srivastav with me for the same. So without wasting much time, let me just lay down the context of this session. And this would be followed by a keynote address by Shri Ashwini Srivastav and followed by 20 sessions to the panels. We'll have 2 rounds and probably have about 3 to 3.5 minutes for each of the 2 questions that we'll be asking them. Of course, Ashish Chutani is there. He was not there. Welcome, Ashish. And so let me lay down the context now. We all know the drivers of ethanol are issues related to energy security, cleaner environment, reducing foreign exchange, and above all, enhancing farmers' income and leading to a vibrant rural economy. This ticks all the right boxes, whether it is Atmanirbhar Bharat, Make in India, doubling farmers' income, or even all the elements of the Panchamrit, which were the 5 elements laid down by our Honorable Prime Minister in the Glasgow COP of 2021, COP26, if I'm not mistaken. The real success story in the biofuels has been the 1G ethanol, which has grown 8-folds from 1.5% blending in 2013 to 12% in 22-23. In the ethanol supply year 23-24, the total ethanol supplies will touch between 600 to 650 crores, very close to about 14% blending. And in the last few months, we have been doing just under 16% blending. If one looks at the offers which are received for the next ethanol supply year, which is 24-25, have aggregated about 970 crore liters, and subsequent cycles are yet to come. So therefore, it is clear that 24-25 can see about 18% blending, and which gives us a very clear visibility of 20% blending in 25-26 of 1,050 crore liters. From a capacity perspective, we have about adequate capacity of about close to 1,700 crore liters to cater to the 1,350 crore liters required, of which 1,050 crore liter will be the 20% blending quantum. The rest, of course, goes to potable uses and chemical uses. Having said this and painted a bright future, there are still a few challenges which remain in this. At the feedstock level, if you notice for the year 23-24, and as well as going forward, grain ethanol has overtaken ethanol coming in from sugar feedstock. Now, this ratio is varying between 43% to 57% for grain ethanol, to about 40% for sugar in the coming year, and 60% from grain ethanol. However, the supply chain for maize, which is the main component for producing grain ethanol, has not been developed at all. And this is leading to a huge volatility and a great spurt in the pricing of maize, which has occurred recently. Now, despite the ethanol prices of maize being raised, I mean, the entire difference has been captured by the intermediaries in the supply chain between the farmers and the distillers, and therefore, even at this price of main ethanol, it is virtually becoming unviable to go forward. So we need to just see whether a supply chain could be established with the assistance of the government using the NAFED, the cooperatives, and the warehousing and logistics from CWC, et cetera, or the FCI. And how could this be set up? That's one. And of course, we are talking about 24, 25, and we hope that realistic pricing for ethanol will come about, and which is yet to be announced for that, even though the tender is out and it's been filled, and with the quantums in anticipation of a more realistic pricing. The second challenge revolves, and which is a big challenge, revolves around the offtake of ethanol, as the ethanol blending would be increasing from 12% in 22-23 to 20% in 25-26 in a short span of 3 years. So a huge quantum of ethanol needs to be off-taken going forward. The third issue is and we have said that with a clear visibility of 20% ethanol blending in 25-26, what happens beyond E20 and beyond 25-26? I understand that NITI Aayog is working on a roadmap of the same. However, we need to reinforce the point that there is a huge potential of the availability of ethanol, and it could be used for significantly higher blending, just like in Brazil. And let me just throw a few figures over here. Coming to the sugarcane feedstock, an increase in yields of, let's say, in the next 5 years of just 10 tons per hectare from the current levels of close to 80 tons per hectare could give us, let's say, an additional 7% blending or a 350 crore liters of additional ethanol. And this is very much possible with the kind of encouragement and the push being given now for precision agriculture, where technology and a scientific basis is being applied. The second thing is, if you look at the increase, the CAGR increase in the area for sugarcane cultivation, now that's going up by about 1.5% per annum. Now, in the next 5 years, this could give you another about 275 crore liters, or another 5% blending. On the maize front, the situation is, has even a much higher potential that can be realized. The current yields are at an abysmal low of about 3.2 tons per hectare in India. Compare this with about the global average of about 6 to 7 tons per hectare, and with GM corn going into, let's say, the 12 tons per hectare plus in US. Even if it, on a conservative basis, this yield goes up from 3.2 tons per hectare to about 5 tons per hectare. This is going to give us a huge quantum of 550 crore liters of additional ethanol, which is equivalent to another 10% blending. And mind you, I'm not talking about any increase in area. Even on a conservative basis with the government, both the center and the state governments pushing in for maize cultivation, even if the area goes by a small amount of 10%, this will give you an additional 4% blending. So if you add these two numbers, both the feedstock numbers, both in terms of area increases or the yield increases, there's a huge potential going forward for 1G ethanol. If we come to 2G ethanol, where the technology is yet to be stabilized and more needs to be done to optimize the capex and the opex, and also far greater clarity and policy framework needs to be established in terms of pricings and offtakes, etc. Yet the following huge potential exists on 2G. The sugar industry is sitting on an aggregated stock of over 20 million tons of bagasse available at each of the sugar factories, aggregated on an overall basis, of course, which once converted to 2G ethanol can give you an additional 350 crore liters of ethanol, which is equivalent to 7% blending of 2G ethanol. India also burns about 90 million tons of biomass. Even if half of it gets converted to the 2G ethanol, it would give us an additional 500 crore liters of 2G ethanol. If all these potential is realized, it will lead to an investment of over 2 lakh crore rupees only in the distillation capacities which would be required. I'm not talking of the entire ecosystem or the supply chain of 1G and 2G ethanol which would be required, or in the value chain, and which I believe would be a big step in transitioning towards a Viksit Bharat, which the Honorable Prime Minister talks of. Coming to CBG, the Satat scheme has been a little slow in starting, though of late it has gathered momentum. And as per my understanding, about 200 plants are already erected and about 500 plants are in various stages of construction. Once again, in terms of potential, the sugar industry is sitting on an aggregate availability of prime feedstock, which is the press mud, and which can lead to a setting up of over 250 decentralized plants of 9 to 10 tons of CBG per day, which on an aggregated basis would lead to a production of 7 to 8 lakh tons of CBG per annum. And this is in addition to other biomass feedstocks. However, there are again challenges on the policy front, for example, regarding pricing, guaranteed offtakes, also in terms of need for development of pipeline network and injections and the protocols regarding the same. And in many cases, for example, if one uses a press mud from the sugar industry per se, the huge quantum of liquid fermented organic manure which would get generated and its disposal is a big challenge for the CBG players. Can the other corporates be involved by the ministries? Could it be mandated by the fertilizer ministry for each of the fertilizer companies to either fortify it or pick it up as such as liquid fertilizer going forward? I'm sure some of these issues will be taken up in the keynote address by Shri Ashwini Srivastava, and we'll also gain deep insights from our distinguished panelists in the Q&A session going forward. And so may I now invite Mr. Srivastava to come and deliver his keynote address. He's been kind enough to come and give this address. He had landed from Brazil only yesterday evening. And so over to Mr. Srivastava.
Thank you, Samir ji. Good afternoon. In last 1 decade, India has evolved a major player in biofuel sector. As mentioned by Samir ji, we need around 1700 crore liter capacity for 20% blending in India. And so far, we have created around 1650 crore liter capacity. Total 1350 crore liter capacity, crore liter ethanol is required, considering that this capacity works at 80% level, depending on feedstock. So we have achieved almost sufficient capacities required to achieve the target of 20% blending. So we can say that we are now confident of achieving the target, 20% blending by ethanol supply year 25-26. Since May 24, OMCs are already blending more than 15% ethanol in gasoline. More than 600 crore liter ethanol have been blended with petrol in current ethanol supply year, and current level is 13.8%. So this is the last month for current ethanol supply year, so we'll achieve around 14% this year, and we'll target for 18% in 24-25, and then finally 20% in 25-26. Now, ensuring the sustainable development of ethanol production capacity is crucial since connected to the production of food. We are using diversified basket of feedstock. As mentioned by Sameerji, contribution of grain-based ethanol has crossed more than 50% of the total supplies, first time in current year. To achieve 20% blending target, we need both categories of feedstocks. As we are aware, National Biofuel Policy 2018 allowed production of ethanol from sugarcane juice, sugar beet, sweet sorghum, starch-containing material like corn, cassava, damaged food grain like wheat, and broken rice. Now regarding feedstock, there are concerns. About maize, last year we brought NAFED and NCCF in the scene to procure maize from farmers at MSP. This year, around 231 crore liters of ethanol has been supplied from maize feedstock. Its largest and more than sugar-based feedstock. But the positive side is that last year, after NAFED and NCCF started procurement, farmers started getting MSP, and that resulted in increased area of maize for current Kharif season. This year, area under maize for Kharif 24 is 88.5 lakh hectare in comparison to last year that was 84.6 lakh hectare. So this is increase of 3.85 lakh hectare, around 4.5% increase. So we are hopeful that increased production of maize this year, this Kharif and Rabi, will follow reduction in price, because prices were around say 25, 26, 20, even 7 or 8 rupees per kg during last marketing season. Government's approach is we want to ensure MSP to farmers, and once farmers will start getting MSP for maize, area will automatically increase, and increased area will result in reduction in prices. The second part is improving yield. Ministry of Agriculture, ICR, Indian Institute of Maize Research, working on improving yield in maize. Similarly, for sugarcane-based feedstocks, we are working in close coordination with Ministry of Agriculture, and recently we have allowed sugar mills to pilot government's per drop more crop irrigation scheme. Sugar mills now can pilot the scheme in their catchment area, and they can avail subsidy as per the scheme. Recently, Ministry of Agriculture has written to state governments, and we have communicated to ISMA and other organizations that they can start work on this scheme to improve water efficiency in the production of sugarcane. With innovation and sustainability at the forefront of our growth strategy, ethanol production from sugarcane, power generation from bagasse, investment in CBG, sustainable aviation fuel SAF, green hydrogen, and PLA, bioplastic, marks a significant shift from traditional sugar production. The synergy among multiple government departments and the industries like biofuel producers, OMCs, automobile sector is exemplary and the key to success of this EBP, ethanol blended with petrol program. As you are aware, India holds a leadership position in bioenergy solutions. We are the third largest producer of ethanol after America and Brazil. The Global Biofuels Alliance, a visionary initiative of our Honorable PM, aims to position biofuel as a key to energy transition and contribute to economic growth. 27 countries and 12 international organizations have already joined the Global Biofuels Alliance. We must seize the opportunity to expand our role in the global biofuel sector by pioneering innovations. Government has also encouraged production of 2G ethanol. OMCs have set up 2G ethanol production units. Export of 2G ethanol also allowed. And now we are also moving towards SAF with target of about 5% SAF by 2030. SAF has potential for significant reduction in carbon intensity in comparison of fossil fuels. CBG production can be seen as another initiative to reduce greenhouse gases emission. India is striving to blend 5% CBG with CNG by 2029. CBG holds great potential with plenty of resources and huge biomanure production capacity. We have also established a Center of Excellence on Biofuels at National Sugar Institute Kanpur in collaboration with IIT Kanpur. The center would work with industry to conduct research activities in biofuels and would aim to bring innovation and efficiency in its production and usage. We have a great potential of bioenergy in the transport sector. Introduction of flex fuel vehicles will increase the demand for bioethanol. Like Brazil, India needs to promote flex fuel vehicles, hybrid FFVs, which are more eco-friendly. Indian automobile sector should promote flex fuel vehicle and hybrid EVs. And I am hopeful that Ashish ji recently seen all this technology in Brazil. Maruti will take initiative and other automobile companies will also come forward in this direction. Carbon credits are expected to play a crucial role in incentivizing the industry, bridging the deficit in adoption of the emerging clean energy ecosystem. Carbon credits attracts attention due to their potential for revenue generation, especially in the bioenergy sector and CBG. India's updated nationally determined contribution NDC targeting a 45% reduction in emission intensity by 2030 compared to 2005 level. The National Biofuel Policy, Renovo Bio of Brazil, creates a carbon market in which producers and importers of biofuel can issue and sell their credits to fossil fuel distributors for increasing the supply of biofuels. And the transition to a sustainable low-carbon economy must be an inclusive process that considers the need for job creations, respects diversity, and contributes to social development. In our country, synergy between agriculture and green energy is essential for building a sustainable future for India. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Srivastava for a very insightful view from the government. He touched upon the various challenges which I had mentioned and brought in the international experience, and also added forth SAF and the carbon economy and the carbon credits into this. And he's also very kindly consented to answer questions like our other panelists have mentioned, and they are ready to do so. So if I may start the panel discussion with a fielding of questions, and if I may start with, the way I will do it is 1G, and we'll start with 1G and end on 1G, again with Ashwini-ji, and we'll come to 2Gs and then CBG in that round. So starting with Ashish over here, you've also been with the JS on this tour to Brazil. And could you enlighten us on the international experience? For example, take Brazil as a case study in terms of vehicles, blends for usage of ethanol blended petrol. And what are the learnings which you feel could be applied to India?
Respected Srivastava-ji, panelists on the dais, CII, thank you very much for inviting us here. I'm very happy to be part of this clean, green energy revolution. In fact, I just landed from Brazil, a 22 hours long journey, but I think very, very fruitful learnings, and some of them I would like to share today. In today's context, broadly, 3 learnings. 1, I think Brazil has done original thinking, what is best for their country. They have not got entangled into this global narrative of one particular technology. They have realized, okay, they have sufficient sugarcane, sufficient agri-based economy, and basis this agri-based economy, can we decarbonize the mobility? Can we generate income for our farmers? Can we generate more jobs for our farmers? So this is something they have done original thinking without getting entangled into this global narrative. The second is they are progressive and aggressive. Today, you'll be surprised to note Brazil today has 90% of their cars sold as FFV. 80% of their LCVs sold are FFV. And even for the balance, 10% or the 20%, they are not, they're not stopping. They are saying, for this even 10 to 20%, do we need to increase the blend? Rather, when we were in Brazil, they have made an announcement that the blend, which is current 27%, will increase substantially to 35%. Even on the well-to-wheel basis, for example, once they have established, even we are yet to establish the carbon intensity here in India, they have established properly what is on a well-to-wheel basis the carbon intensity of different fuels, and what they are saying is that even for the ethanol production, which is well-to-tank, can we look at it making to net zero? So that's why I said they're progressive and aggressive. The last learning which I would like to share is all of them, whether it is farmers, millers, governments, state governments, auto components, auto OEMs, all aligned to one single common goal. For example, they're walking the talk basically. In terms of taxation, FFVs are taxed 20% lower. FFV, SHEVs are taxed, and they're another 20% lower. So total of probably a 40% lower tax than a gasoline vehicles. When we talk about, let's say, carbon accounting, of course, the FFAVs, we all know, are emit less carbon. So they are doing a proper carbon accounting over there. Here, for example, in India, the challenge is, even for an FFV, the emissions are accounted as same as those of petrol and diesel vehicle. So that's a one challenge. In their constitution amendment, they made an amendment that the price of ethanol, E100, will be at 30% lower than the price of a gasoline. And that's in the constitution itself. And of course, there's a proper carbon accounting, all energy players like yourself, they get carbon credits. So this is what the scheme of things they're going into. To summarize, I think the most important point for me is they are making efficient utilization of country resources to achieve net zero, and in the process generating lakhs and lakhs of incomes for their own people. Thank you very much.
That was a great recap of your Brazil visit, and 3 or 4 things stand out. One, of course, being the original thinking. The second is, of course, how do you popularize the FFEs, FFE hybrids, and the other set of vehicles. And the third one is, how do you popularize the E100 blends? So, and, of course, the carbon accounting, which needs to start in our country. So 3 or 4 very important takeaways from there. If I may come to 2G, and let me start with Mr. Manohar Rajgopal on that. And we did talk about the market portion of it. Now, if I come to technology, with 5 to 8x higher capex in 2G versus 1G, it is imperative that we reduce at least the OPEX, of which enzymes are a significant cost drivers. What are the strategies for ensuring supplies and affordability on indigenization of the same after you have achieved a critical mass? Right.
Thanks, Samir. I think it's a very important question. And before I go into answering the question, I just thought it's important to put things into a context. So when we are comparing 1G and 2G, of course, the capex is significantly higher, and it varies depending on the type of technology that we are implementing. But even when it comes to OPEX, in 1G, grain-based ethanol production, just to put it in perspective for the audience, if enzymes or some of these biotech ingredients are less than 2% of the overall OPEX, but when it comes to 2G, it increases from 15 to 30%. It can range, right? And hence, it's very significant kind of OPEX. Before going into it, we should also kind of put things into perspective that when 1G industry is like a sumo wrestler, fully grown, established industry, whereas 2G industry, if you think about it, not just in India, globally, it's like a 1-month-old baby. So it's not a direct one-to-one type of comparison. But the context is, in the future, 2G has a lot more potential to decarbonize the economy and also add kind of extra income to the farmers, rather than just middlemen taking away all the money. Keeping that in context, there are, I would say, 3 things: short-term, medium-term, and long-term strategies that can be looked at in terms of addressing this challenge. So the short-term kind of this thing is, in India, it's very unique. 2G is an industry, like I said, it's a 1-month-old baby. So the government can consider kind of reducing the customs duty on import of enzymes. It adds up to around 12% in terms of cost. That's a straightaway saving, and it's also revenue neutral because there is no 2G industry. Till the industry becomes viable, there is no revenue that otherwise the government might lose away. So just for the 2G enzymes alone, as a one-time, till the industry kind of established with a clear sunset clause, till the industry kind of stands on its feet, a kind of exemption can be made, and that will kind of incentivize early investors to take risk and also improve the financial viability. That, I would say, is like a short-term kind of this thing. Then what I would say as medium term. Currently, there are some technological challenges because it's like what I say, growing up challenges. which many players, not only in India, but globally also people are facing, and people are addressing it and overcoming it. And it will take a few years to address these challenges. But in the meantime, if we can use that once these challenges are addressed, if there are long-term offtake kind of visibility. Currently, 2G enzymes are very specialized chemicals, but in terms of if you see the procurement, it goes very transactional, like a tender. And the reason why this becomes important is if someone has to invest in creating a 2G manufacturing facility in India, then they would want kind of long-term visibility in terms of offtake. So once the technology kind of matures, a sure shot way of reducing the whole transportation cost, storage cost, logistics cost in terms of the whole 2G industry, it becomes imperative to see how there can be long-term investment assurance that can come into play. And that will make it more attractive for enzyme suppliers to invest to manufacture locally. And because almost 30–40% of the 2G volumes is through the logistic cost, that can definitely, there will be some benefits for the industry also once the local manufacturing comes in place. And then the last thing, which is more long-term, why the enzymes are 15–30% of the overall expense. That's because it takes a lot more enzymes. It's not because the enzymes are priced so high that, that it is a high OPEX. It's because you need a lot more enzymes to convert biomass into ethanol. So it requires a little bit long-term R&D investment. And I would say many companies, including my own company, are doing that investment. And it takes time for that. And as the industry kind of scales up, as more and more plants come up, then this R&D kind of thing on both improving the biotech process, but also the pre-treatment process. It's a joint responsibility, how the biomass is pre-treated and how the biotech actually goes about the conversion. If both these kind of things are addressed, then like the solar example, which was shared in the ministerial discussions, I'm pretty sure that the enzyme cost will also, in time, kind of come down. So those are what I would say as short-term, medium-term, and long-term strategies.
That's very succinctly put. And of course, you did talk about the offtake assurances, and I'll take you on in your follow-up question when it comes on the policy interventions which are also possible going forward. If I may come to you, Mr. Kishore, going forward on CBG, could you provide some insights on key enablers, challenges, and mitigation strategies in the CBG sector, and on what further policy interventions are required to take it and forward and give it a great fillip?
Thank you, Mr. Samir, for raising very pertinent questions with respect to CBG. One thing everybody in this room must realize that CBG is a very, very sunrise industry. While biogas has been there since ages, compressed biogas is something which even the other parts of the world are looking at India. Because compressed biogas, many of the countries like Germany and other European countries which are much forward in sustainable initiatives, what they are doing, they are producing a lot of biogas, but they are making power out of it in situ. Now, what India has taken a challenge upon itself is to replace the transport sector, the CNG segment, the gas usage in the transport sector through this CBG. Of course, when you embark upon such a journey, it has its own challenges also. And let me tell you, the government has been very, very supportive. We have been there, part of this journey, along with the government. There are so many meetings and reviews on the developments which the government has been taking. All the concerned OGMCs have been involved in this journey. And initially, there were some challenges because some of the CBG plants which were coming up initially in last 6–7 years, some of them did face challenges with respect to feedstock, with respect to variation in the feedstock and the offtake and several other factors. That is why government has now mandated all the oil companies and given specific targets. For example, GAIL has been targeted to put up 26 CBG plants. Similarly, other ONGC, IOC, HPCL, BPCL, they all have been mandated. So we are going to embark upon this journey by putting these CBG plants ourselves so that it's an example for the whole world to see. And then naturally, once the infrastructure and the ecosystem develops, while overcoming the challenges that come on the way, the ecosystem will definitely be there. And that's the target. If you look at the potential of CBG in this country is around 40 to 60 MMTPA. Even on a conservative side, if you cut short this by half, it has the potential of replacing the whole imported LNG in the country. Now, just imagine how much of import bill this can reduce and how many jobs it can create for our farmers, for our municipal waste aggregators, and so many associated CBG plant operators and the kind of people involved. So, number one, import bill. Number two, jobs for our farmers. And of course, we are working towards a sustainable future and reducing the carbon emissions. Having said those themes which are embedded in the whole philosophy of the CBG, we have, the government has also, while the Satat scheme was there, sustainable for the transport sector, the synchronization scheme is a win-win situation, which this scheme, what it does, it offtakes, it ensures the offtake of the CBG at a very, I must not say attractive price, but at a very reasonable price from the CBG offtakers. And when it is consumed by the CGD entity, it goes to them as a unified base price, which is much less discounted price. I must not use the word discounted price, but it is a very reasonable price for them. So it is a win-win situation for the CGD entity who offtakes the gas, as well as win-win for the producer. Now, synchronization scheme has recently in 2023 been extended for 10 more years up to 2034, and we can safely consider that this scheme or a better variant of this scheme will continue in the future. With respect to the offtake, the blending obligation has already been declared by the government through MOPNG, which mandates 1% blending in 25-26, then next year 3%, then 4%, and so on. So the roadmap has been set. And today, under the Synchro scheme, GAIL has been offtaking around 1 lakh MMSCMD of gas. If you go by the blending mandate, it is still 40% of the requirement for 25-26. So mandate means there will be a rush for the CBG because the CGD entities starting next year onwards will not be able to fulfill their mandate, and they have to run after the CBG producers to give me CBG, give me CBG. That kind of thing would be there. And if you look at the potential, the shortfall in the available gas, the domestic gas for the CGD sector is much less than what is available. So even if you cross the mandated percentage, 1, 3, and 4, what we have just stated, there's plenty of space for accommodating CBG. There is no doubt about it. Now, next comes the pipeline infrastructure. Now, pipeline infrastructure, whether it is available or not, there were challenges, of course, initially. And now, recently, the government has again come out with a very good scheme where the CGD entity will be laying the pipeline connecting the CBG producer, and government will pitch in with around 50% of the contribution of the capex. And if the CGD entity is not interested, then the CBG producer can himself put up the pipeline. Again, he avails that capex benefit. And there's a whole protocol system, who approves the project, how to apply, and all those things are already available to the system. Now, if you ask for the challenges, yes, when we are embarking upon this kind of journey, definitely challenges are there, especially the one most important thing which from the producer side, many of the producers are not able to realize is the quality specs. When we are talking of making it gas and injecting it into the system, that's the target of the government. Till now, what is happening, many of the CBG is being sold either at the retail outlet in situ, or it is going through cascade and then going to a CNG outlet, where more or less it may not be getting injected into the pipeline system. But if we have this ambition of injecting into the pipeline system, it is very clear that it should meet the quality specs so that the pipeline does not get damaged in the longer run. So PNGRB specs do come into the play. Right now, the BIS standards which guide the CBG quality specs are slightly lenient with respect to sulfur. I must not say lenient, but slightly less compared to the PNGRB specs for injecting into the pipeline. With time, I am pretty sure these specs have to be matched. And also what is happening, many of the CBG producers, they may not be, whether they are meeting the quality specs exactly throughout 24/7 is doubtful, because that has been the reason why offtake issues do crop up. And online gas chromatograph for measuring the quality throughout the day and 24/7 will be the future of the day. Of course, there are issues with respect to the capex required and whether substantive returns are there, whether it is lucrative or not. I think it's only a matter of time. Government is all out giving whatever policy incentives are required to enable the future. They have been coming out with different schemes, whether for laying the pipeline, whether for CBG application, whether for the incentive with respect to the capex, whether with respect to the farm equipment subsidies. We are pretty sure that government will do whatever is required to make it happen and to make it make the payback sufficient for people to put up these CBG plants. Other than quality, there are taxation issues, there are kind of technology issues, there are the kind of issues with respect to manpower training. But another major issue other than quality, what I see, is the offtake of FOM, or LFOM or FOM, whatever you may call. While the 1.5 rupees per kg scheme is there with respect to the offtake of FOM, practically on the ground, many of you may know, and many of the delegates may also be knowing, that there are real challenges. And unless the government comes up with proper mandates for these offtakes by the fertilizer industry, by the farmers, through compulsory, with every bag of urea you have to take this much of FOM. There are different ways how you can mandate it, but it will be only a matter of time when we see that this becoming a major bottleneck when we scale up with respect to the number of CBG plants. And I'm pretty sure the proper solution will also emerge with respect to LFOM or FOM offtake.
So while you have mentioned and painted a very rosy picture of the future going forward, it does still require some tweaks in the government policies, especially regarding LFOM and the other taxation issues which you mentioned. If I come to you, Mr. Deshpande, let me come back to CBG and ask you a couple of questions regarding technology. With the CBG plants in India being in their early infancy, what is being done to optimize technology to maximize gas yields or cut down on power consumption or minimize liquid manure just to make them even more viable?
Good afternoon, everyone. The question is very interesting. Everybody acknowledges that it's in a very infant stage, but the expectation is that when the industry will run like Usain Bolt. So that keeps all leaders in the CBG industry on their toes and motivates us. I'll answer the easiest part. When we say if you have to divide the technology, you have to divide the technology in two parts. One is the agro-based technology, the biogas, which depends on the agro-based technology. Second is the MSW and press mud. The easiest part for me is the agro-based technology. Many of you may not agree. The reason is the kind of feedstocks what we intend to use in India, I don't think so anywhere globally these feedstocks are being used or even tried on a commercial scale. There may be one or odd plants which may be there. So why I say easiest part is because it's as simple. Whatever we set the benchmark as of now has to be taken the benchmark which is there worldwide. Because when you talk about optimization of gas yields, reductions in power consumptions, there are no benchmarks set. So as this industry starts coming out, and the industry has already started commissioning a lot of plants right now, we will have to look at this in two stages. The first stage is that let's stabilize the plants at its capacities, get to a yield, most importantly, it's not only the yield, it's also the plant availability. Many of the people who are missing right now in the industry is, we show a gas yield today, but how it's going to pan out for the next 20 years or a year, because the IRRs are also going to be heavily dependent on the plant availability. And hence, if you divide this technology has to be divided into four parts. One is the feedstock processing. That's the agro-based feedstock processing. The second is obviously the digester island. Third is, again, the solid liquid separation island. And the fourth very important island, which all of us miss again, is which I see my friends from GAIL talked about, is the digested part. Now, either you classify it as a manure, you classify it as a bio-bitumen, whatever you want to call it. Okay. All these four parts are very, very important. The reason is, if you miss on the first part, your second and third part gets affected. If you miss on the first, if you get very good gas yields, maybe your fertilizer part will get affected. So how you are going to have a synchronized orchestra between all these four islands actually will decide how this entire industry, how this entire investment is going to pan out. So when we talk about technology, we have to focus on all the four islands. With how many answers are there to the digestion part of it? I would say many of the people right now know what to be done on the biomethanation part of it. But I would still say that the first part, which is very important part, is the pre-processing of the feedstock. That's probably one of the most challenging part where the entire industry is going through a lot of challenges. There are very limited equipment which can do the work. Again, the OPEX at which they can do the work, whether they would do it to the full capacity, how it's going to work around the clock when the seasons are going to change. Many of these answers still need to be found out. And hence, I would suggest that when we talk about technology, it's technology plus the plant availability. When you look both in together over next 1 year, that would probably give you the answers to all of that.
That's a very interesting response to that of, connecting it and correlating it with the plant availability as well as the 4 stages, and of course the digestion and the gas yields, along with the L form, especially the liquid organic manure. That's a very key thing, and wherein a lot of people, especially in the sugar industry where a lot of feedstock is available, are facing a challenge. So we'll take it forward in the next round. Are you going to respond?
Yeah, I'll respond. See, we are the only country who probably would not allow I would talk about the digested or the liquid fertilizers coming out of municipal waste. We want an ETP for that. Now, if you look at a typical investment on an ETP for MSW plant, we are talking about a double-digit number. Now, in the entire European world, I have seen plants in Germany, Denmark. This has been used for the farms. So actually, there's a ready-made purpose because it doesn't have any chemicals into it. So there's a ready-made utilization of that. Now, the question today is that the press-made plants, which are in the remote areas, there probably you'll have to wait for the season. The only way if you have to minimize this liquid fertilizer is to either store it or bring co-digestion. When I say co-digestion, bring the nearby agro-based feedstocks and probably use and co-digestion so that the entire surplus liquid then can be consumed as a part of the agro-based feedstock so that we will have a ZLD. That's the only option of this.
Very interesting response and very out-of-the-box response. So if I may come back to Joint Secretary, Sir Srivastavji, with grain becoming a major feedstock, which I had also mentioned and you dealt upon it in detail, and especially the maize, its price volatility has led to a major uncertainty about supplies from maize as a feedstock. How can the government assist in supply chain development, which you referred to, whether the NAFED or the cooperatives or CWC, and whether we can have a model like when we used to have FCI rice of being issued to the distillers at a fixed price?
FCI rice model cannot work for maize because we don't have storage. We were considering CWC also because they are having storage capacity and they are also procuring maize for some of the private parties. But as of now, maize is in the focus of government since last 2 years. Basically, our approach is that farmers should get MSP because experience was that aggregators are procuring maize below MSP and then distillers are not getting correct prices. So now not only we increased MSP this year, 22 rupees 25 paisa per kilogram, But also last year, we increased rates of ethanol from maize also. As I mentioned, ICR also working on improving yield. Then NAFED and NCCF are procuring maize just to ensure that farmers are getting MSP. And final result is that this year 4.5% increase in maize area, and we are expecting around 400 lakh ton production this year, and overall demand will be somewhere around 400 only, because around 100 to 125 LMT will be required for ethanol and rest for poultry and other starch usage. Thank you.
That's been a very, very succinct and to the point response of, whether a fixed price model just like FCI rice is going to work or not. But Mr. Srivastava has talked about the need to increase productivity, which will, balance out the market forces and a balancing of the demand and supply position. So I've come back to my second round. We are running short of time, so if I can just limit the response to 2 minutes each, if you will permit us, and I come back to Ashish. And there were multiple clean technologies you talked about in terms of the vehicles of, of these, if you could let us know of the effort being made by the industry in terms of FFVs, FF hybrids, CBG, etc.
Okay. My first thing is, India is a diverse country, amongst the most heterogeneous in the world, and if we have to achieve mass scale decarbonization, if we have to achieve mass scale oil import reduction, I think we'll have to work on multiple bouquet of technologies. There's no single technology which fits all the bill. Talking about technologies, of course, we hear a lot about EVs. Yes, we are trying to create the whole EV ecosystem. For example, my company, we have set up India's first battery electric plant with cell level localization. We are looking at EVs in launch in next few months, and many more EVs by 2030. We are looking at chargers, promotions. So whole EV ecosystem, very similar to what we have achieved in the area of CNG, for example. If you look at 10 years back, there were minuscule CNG stations. The CNG penetration was 3%. For the 10 years, we have been in continuous dialogue with central government, state government, gas companies, OEMs, component makers, and I'm proud to say that today we have moved from 3% to 30%. In last 3 years, there have been a 300% growth. In process, we have created 3 lakh jobs. And this is our endeavor to do for biofuels in India. All our vehicles today are E20 compliant. All our CNG vehicles, of course, can take CBG as it is. We have showcased not only India's but world's first BS6 prototype vehicle of FFV vehicle. We are going one step further because we know there are challenges in CBG production. We are also trying our hands in terms of, we are looking at setting up multiple CBG plants. But for a reference of all, because your question was, how do I see the potential of it in terms of decarbonization? So let me give this some numbers which may be of interest to everybody in this room. When we look at well-to-wheel carbon intensity reduction of various technologies with respect to gasoline, here are the numbers. For EVs, it is 7% reduction. For CNG, it is 14% reduction. For strong hybrid vehicles, it is 25 to 30% reduction. For strong hybrid flex fuel vehicles, it is 87% reduction. Sumitji, for CBG, it is 887% reduction. So that's the potential we're talking about. And hence, if that is the potential, sir, we are very much interested. We are very much into the game. Thank you very much.
Very insightful numbers, which we were probably, including myself, we were not aware of these exact numbers going forward. Very, very insightful, and the kind of product mix that should be pushed by the government. Coming back to Manohar, if I may ask you, any further policy steps or what you feel the government should take to promote adoption of low carbon biofuels, especially for 2G? Very quick, please.
Sure. So, so in the interest of time, I will keep it very brief. See, already the government is doing great job, right, in terms of providing incentives, be it PM-Jeevan and many other schemes. But I would like to give 3 India-specific examples of what could work. Now, maize-based ethanol production is taking off. And one of the byproducts of maize-based ethanol production is DDGS. And anywhere between distilleries get anywhere between 15 to 25 rupees, depending on the time of the year, what it is there. And almost 10% of that is corn oil. Now, if there are some policies, like in US they have, where we can incentivize plants to invest a small amount to separate the corn oil, and that can be converted into biodiesel. Right, then they can get almost 4 to 5 times the value. Now the challenge is each individual plant might not have enough corn oil. It's like, how do we get 4 or 5 plants to get together and aggregate this corn oil and set up a biodiesel plant? And that will help biodiesel blending mandate also go up and also overall improve the viability of the entire ecosystem. So there are some policy interventions or some incentives, or even the industry can come together to explore how to make this whole maize-based ethanol valuable. That is example number 1. Example number 2, we spoke about challenges of 2G. CapEx is high, OpEx is high. Now, if you take corn, lot of corn is also fiber, which is also cellulosic material. Now, in US, for example, they have 1.5G, where they give special incentives for just the conversion of the fiber on top of the starch. And there, you don't need to set up a completely new CapEx. There is some amount of CapEx involved. You need to have some piping and things like that. But if there is some special incentive, it takes a lot of enzymes again. Be it in corn or biomass, of course, they have to invest. So if there can be given a special price just for audit that how much of fiber is getting converted, and can there be some extra incentive for that fiber-based ethanol production, then that can straight away go into that SAF production. Like we talked about 14 crore liters of ethanol for 1% SAF blending. So this fiber itself with the existing capacities can contribute a big amount towards that. So that is again a 1.5G type of policy. That is a low-hanging fruit. And then the last thing is for these low carbon thing, now in CBG we are talking about a carbon credit mechanism. So 2G industry actually has, is carbon positive, right? We talk about 40% reduction in CO2 emissions for 1G, but 2G is 100, 110%, 120% carbon reduction. So it should be extended so that this value that is there to the society, if that can be incentivized and 2G industry can get a little bit extra, then the overall financial viability of that industry kind of goes up. So once, it's not a hurry thing, once the technology matures, definitely this is a policy intensive. I'm sure the government is also thinking about it. That can kind of incentivize. So those are the 3 specific examples that I wanted to share.
Very interesting examples, especially of corn oil, a few companies in India are doing, but converting them back into biodiesel, but more importantly, the 1.5G. So coming back to Mr. Deshpande, if we talk about, you talked about optimizing technology. So what are the challenges in establishing these technologies, given the variability of feedstock in India and a time frame for establishing the same? If you can answer that very briefly, please.
Yeah. As I shared in the first part of the question, the biggest challenge today is the feedstock processing. And there are 2 parts of it. One part of it is, what does the technology want? There are various ways of looking at it. Many of the technology partners would say at this point of time that the feedstock should be processed less than, say, 10 mm. Whereas if you look at all the European technologies which have been there on agro base, it need not be the feedstocks what we necessarily use in India, have been 40 mm, 50 mm, 100 mm. Now this has got 2 effects. Number 1, to do such kind of particle size, there are very limited equipment which are available in India. And again, they are also work in progress at this point in time. So that's one of the biggest challenge. Once we address this challenge, the third island which I talked about is the solid liquid separation island. This first island has got a massive effect on the third island, which is the solid liquid separation island. And if you put together the OPEX cost, that is the power cost of in CBG plant, The first island, that is the feedstock processing island, and the third island, which is the solid liquid separation island, they actually take the 40% of the power at any point. So the moment you address these two parts, probably I would say 75% of the questions on the technology challenges will get addressed. Also, very importantly, the plant availability, which I keep on repeating, which is not yet established as on date, that portion also will get addressed. So probably the next 1 year has to be more focused on this part, while other things will probably keep on getting established at some point. That's the way I look at it.
That's again very insightful, and especially you talked about the power reduction, which is the crucial, other than the feedstock cost, that's the most important cost element going forward. If I may come to you, Mr. Kishore, could you just give an example very briefly in terms of, the pipeline development work which is happening across the country, in terms of the pipeline network, let's say, so that it could give an idea to all the CBG producers about, the ease of injection and withdrawal of CBG?
As far as the pipeline, natural gas pipeline network is concerned, for the country right now, we have around 23,000 kilometers of trunk pipeline, which is slated to increase to around 34,000 kilometers by next around 5 years, if we take into account the under construction and the approved pipelines. Other than that, if we talk of CBG, CBG is going to get injected into the CGD networks, not the trunk pipeline as per the stated policy. And the whole of country, barring a few small islands, has been authorized by PNGRB under different GA licenses have been awarded to the CGD entities. And there are 307 GAs which are covering practically the whole of country, where the individual CGD entities are in the process of laying the network, and they have minimum work programs which they have committed themselves, and they will be laying these pipelines as per the commitment program, and most of these commitment programs are going to last by the end of this decade, barring some extensions because of COVID and all. Most will end around 28, 29, 30 by that range. So by that time we are expecting sufficient pipeline, and the trunk, other than the trunk pipeline, the branch network of the CGD network to be available. Other than that, as I have already mentioned, the government has come up with this pipeline incentive scheme where they are going to fund 50% of the capex to enable this. And this scheme has envisaged in the next 2 years around 994.5 crores of rupees. And there are 100 CBG projects which are expected to get qualified. Depending on the success of this scheme, I am pretty sure the government will be looking for creating more incentives for such kind of pipeline incentives. Other than that, GAIL is also now looking after, there will be some remote area CBG plants we are aware, like especially the agri-waste, where the pipeline network, because of less population in that area, pipeline network may not be there. So bio-LNG, we have recently commissioned a LNG, small scale LNG skid, which liquefies the gas and makes it easy for transportation to the populated area. Bio-LNG is where it will convert the biogas into LNG and send it through LNG transportation method locally to a more populated area. This concept exists in countries like Germany. We are pretty sure that this concept, wherever pipeline is not able to reach the CBG segment, in spite of these kind of schemes floated by the government, that business area will also emerge as a future prospect.
Right. No, very, very interesting in terms of the statistics you talked about, the development of the pipeline network, etc. Coming back to you, Srivastava ji, while going beyond, we talked about a huge potential beyond E20. I mean, the quantum of ethanol can keep on increasing. While NITI is developing the ethanol roadmap beyond 2025, can you let us know some timelines so that capacities can continue to come on stream based on the potential of ethanol that we have highlighted?
This formation of committee for roadmap beyond 25-26 is under consideration in MOPNG right now. And once constituted, this committee will consult all stakeholders. Then they will decide the roadmap beyond 25-26. So as of now, there is no fixed timeline, but it's under consideration. Thank you.
Sir, your last thoughts on biofuel and in this session? Any last words on that?
Our progress in capacities is quite impressive. Earlier, our target was 2030, and that was then mid to 25, 26, and we have achieved almost 14% blending this year. Also, capacities, as I mentioned, we have created sufficient capacity to achieve 20% blending by 25, 26. So let's look forward for a roadmap beyond 25, 26, and also positive approach towards CBG, SF, also bioplastic and other innovations in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we can't take questions from the audiences. We would encourage you to be asking the questions on the sidelines in the interest of paucity of time. We thank you, Srivastava-ji, and all the panelists over here, and also the audience for a patient hearing of our deliberations over here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, panelists, for this exhaustive discussion. I request all the guests to kindly come forward for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start with our third session of the day now. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to kindly take your seats, please. We are going to start with our next session on accelerating clean energy investments. Join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists on the stage, please. Mr. Palash Srivastav, Chief Executive Officer, IIFCL Projects, and the moderator of this session. A round of applause for Mr. Srivastav, please. Mr. Chandan Goswami, Chief Financial Officer, Jackson Green. Mr. Chandan Goswami. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our esteemed speakers. Mr. Mehul Patwari, Director, Sustainable Finance, South Pole. Thank you, Mr. Patwari. Mr. Jayant Prasad, Executive Director, Seekers Finance. Thank you, Mr. Prasad. Mr. Mahesh Girdhar, Managing Director and CEO, Ever Enviro. Ms. Kuntal Shah, Deloitte India LLP. Ms. Shah. A round of applause, please. This session will explore the 5 critical targets of the Panchamrit Plan, emphasizing the urgent need to accelerate investments in clean energy. The discussion will also highlight the importance of establishing a streamlined and efficient funding system to support and protect India's bioenergy projects, ensuring sustainable economic growth and job creation within the sector. Without taking any time further, I request Mr. Palash Srivastav, Chief Executive Officer, IIFCL Limited, to please set the context and take this session forward. Mr. Srivastav, floor is yours, please.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having us all over here. And I think this is a journey or an adventure to find the green gold through the enchanted forest. So we are all, participating here on this treasure hunt. Is there, treasure waiting out there for us to actually tap into? Is there, green financing, sustainable financing pathways that we can actually take? What will be the clues to this treasure hunt? Let us actually embark and see. I think there is a lot of demand for various, and bioenergy is not a single granular sector. It has multitude of say variations, and therefore the financing flows also are going to be varied for the various alternatives of biofuels. So I think without further ado, I would like to go to Kuntal for an overview and the need of financing across the bioenergy landscape. Please give us paint us so that we get some clue. The first clue goes to you.
Thank you, Palashji. So just taking a step back, of course, all of this, we are here today and we are, all of us have taken time to discuss and hear about bioenergy being this big green gold, perhaps as Palashji mentioned, the next gold rush. And therefore financing becomes very important. And just to, play back that some of the things that are driving this, of course, our own NDC goals, net zero by 2070. Then we are saying, 50% of installed capacities should be RE, 500 gigawatts of non-fossil fuel-based energy, etc. So bioenergy then becomes very important. And based on our own analysis and research on this aspect, what we see is there's a huge need for investments and financing in the energy transition space if we are to reach that 2070 goal at the long term. And then, of course, 500 gigawatts of, say, non-fossil fuel-based energy by 2030. We are looking at something like about $720 billion of investment funding required purely in the biofuel space, right? Sorry, in the energy transition space, which is of course biofuels being a part of it, but then also bigger things like green hydrogen, etc., which need a lot of investment also. Now, on biofuels, 10% of that. So we're looking at about $70 to $75 billion of investment required by 2030. Within this, again, there's a big pie. You see some of those transition pathways which are slightly more evolved, like ethanol, for example. Lower, maybe we are looking at about $3 billion for ethanol. We're looking at about, I think, if I'm not wrong, $20 to $30 billion for SAF. Again, another big, buzzword these days, and a large portion again for the other biofuels like CBG. That's really, I think, if that helps to set the context. But what we see, again, the pathway, $720 billion by 2030, again going up to almost $2 trillion by 2040, 2045. That's really the size of the pie that we are looking at here. Many different reports. Again, we can dig deep maybe on a second round of questions, but I'll hand it back to you, Palashji, on more direct implications of financing in this sector.
Right. So thank you for that. Could we actually go to Jayant? Jayant, is the government really giving the right signals for sustainable financing to flow to the bioenergy sector?
So, Palash, there is a short answer and a long answer. The short answer is yes, the government is giving signals. The long answer is you have to start considering project financing particulars or essentials when you're looking at it, right? If I am trying to finance a two-wheeler electric, I don't need a 20-year concession, right? But if I am trying to finance a bioenergy project, I need the concession. I need to worry about water, I need to worry about land, I need to worry about permits, I need to worry about raw material sourcing, I need to worry about offtake. So if you're applying a certain technology seeding approach, there is stuff which is happening there in terms of how new technologies come in. If you're saying signaling in terms of what new segments are important and why this is important to us and why we are trying to substitute fossil fuel-based energy sources, there are incentives out there. I think where probably more second order or third order thinking is needed is when we are really looking at how do we make these projects concessions in a way that are financeable using construction and long duration financing. There is a lot of templates available and some of the segments have followed those templates. But if you're looking at bioenergy, it is not one single segment or sub-segment, right? It's multiple segment or sub-segments. Probably that amount of thinking is needed, and I think people in this hall are particularly well situated to help that thinking progress. But when we as financiers have looked at it, we do want things to be more fleshed out, more black and white, more crystal clear, so that you're not funding just on wish or hope. You're funding based on solid contracts, concessions, projections, technologies, and all of them having a track or track records.
Oh, thank you so much for enabling us with the next clue of reducing the unknowns. While Kuntal was actually able to give us a direction to the treasure hunt as to how, in what direction we have to go. Thank you for actually listing out the risks that are going to be underlying for undertaking this journey. Chandan, since you are, one of our knights who are to actually help us in implementing this dream of, or the treasure, for finding out the treasure. So what has been your journey, and how have you find financing missing or enabling in this journey? And obviously, has the signaling so-called from the government been adequate? And if there is more to do on that, what would those be?
Sure, thank you, Sal. First, thank you for that compliment. I hope we turn out to be knights. So I think I'll just take some clues. I think from a numbers perspective, I think what Kuntal mentioned, my numbers are probably twice of what the sector may require. So what we are looking at is a very gargantuan number for our own objectives of net zero. Depends upon how you're seeing this problem. You're seeing it as a country target to address to what you want to achieve in 2030, 2070, and then sort of back calculate what is it that we require. Or it could be, you just see it as an opportunity and say, what is it that's missing as a business model? So I think those gaps are pretty wide, but they become even starker when you start going into subsectors. So that's our experience also, and I'm speaking out of what we see as business, when we are operating on various counts. So I think the blue-eyed boy in this sector has been solar, renewable energy, and that sort of takes away the very large numbers that we sort of express in terms of a country, about $80 billion investments coming into renewable or sustainability sector. But 80% of that is going into one sector or one subsector. And I'm not saying it's not important, but it only takes you to a level when you are again seeing this as a problem to be solved. As a business opportunity, it's a different perspective. But if you're seeing it as a challenge, a problem to be solved, then one subsector is actually taking away a very large pie, and it sort of colors that we are doing, it colors up the perspective that we are doing a lot in sustainability. But then if you start looking at where the harder to abate sectors or the challenges on the ground of, open field burning, XYZ are there, then, is liquidity really flowing into it? And we are not against solar. I think predominantly Jackson is a solar company. So I'm not saying that solar should not get financed, but I think where we do see things that the government could do more, as my colleague mentioned, that the signaling is there. There's no doubt that the government is not signaling, we are not doing enough from our perspective, but at each subsector level, I think there the problem of not getting lured into subsidies or financial incentives, but rather giving a very strong structural support to that subsector to thrive is slightly, I would say, needs more work to be done. If you look at certain activities inside biofuels, look at changing of the entire process steam industry from fossil fuels to biofuels or bioenergy, without, I think, major policy initiatives, Satat schemes, etc. It has just happened because it gave commercial logic to it. So if you have commercial logic within businesses like us, we are raring to go. So I think that's where I think government's primary role should come, is demand enablers and sustainable demand enablers. We don't want subsidies, we don't want 20% sales tax, rebate, GST rebates, electricity charges waived off, because that gives you a non-substantiated or a non-fundamental driven demand or an industry basis. So what I would think where a signaling could really happen is where you have policies which are extremely hard-coded into your system and become the basis of your business model, which are, I think, consumption-driven perspective. So like the SAF to be done, which is the blue-eyed boy right now from liquid fuels, because ethanol takes you to a level, you're nearly there, you're not very far away from targets. So what next, right? So you've got SAF to be done, you want hydrogen to be done. Now SAF or hydrogen, if you to get to sort of place, taking for example's sake, they all need to have extremely strong cost structures built up. Now cost structures building up on both SAF and hydrogen needs to be seen from a financing perspective, needs to be seen that you are a potential export hub, apart from being domestic consumers, or even the domestic industry for SAF and for hydrogen, where the end molecules get utilized, is largely dollarized today, right? So when you have a dollarized cost structure already existing, if you could have the balance of moving parts also dollarized, your offtake contracts dollarized, if the power can be dollarized, then to a large extent your making India a very, very attractive hub for producing of these molecules, because after a while, if you look at all the efficiencies that you've put up in any of these molecules, the capital cost from 9% to, let's say, 4.5% is going to be the game changer. I think that's largely where we will miss out if Saudi tomorrow becomes a hydrogen hub, or if any other location becomes a global producing hub. And today India has, I don't think any other place is as suitably placed, where you have biofuels, you have agriculture residue, you have the sun shining on us. So I think we are poised at a very important juncture. I think that my suggestion could only be to sort of sum it up. It's a long monologue, but to sum it up is where, I think the government sort of sits with the industry slightly more open-ended and makes specific business cases with these objectives.
Great. This, I think, is also being driven by the journey that solar has taken from 15 rupees a unit to what we are seeing as sub 2 rupees a unit. So actually, I think that is the signal and the detailing of that signal. I think you are basically you've tried to actually delineate for us for the biofuel sector, and I think it is very important if we are to really reach to the treasure that we are talking about of being the let's say like the next big oil. If India is to actually be manufacturing or be strategically poised to become a world exporter, and data is definitely only going to be limited to certain level, but I think the energy needs, if they are to be sustainably handled, then the next treasure, and which is the treasure in the making or to be unraveled at the moment, is biofuels in all their sectors, and financing that journey. I would like to actually go to Mahesh now, and we've heard from Chandan and there are certain signaling and details which have been fleshed out a little bit, and he doesn't want to be seen as something holy grail which actually is supported by incentives, tax concessions, exemptions, etc. But something which has a business case of its own, and driven by a very visionary kind of a thing, that if India has the right and very suitable say ecosystem to be the so why not have the ambition to be the global biofuel provider. So how do we kind of take it from here, and what are the specific enablers that you think will be needed for embarking on that journey?
Well, as I think you already mentioned about gold and treasure hunt, I believe that can't hear?
I think you can take this, I think.
I think, am I audible now? Okay, audible now. I believe that we need alchemists, because alchemists will only help us to hunt this treasure of gold. So coming specific to your question, that first of all, introducing ourselves, we have been leading the effort of putting infrastructure for CBG. We are currently operating plants on all kind of feedstock in the country, and we took lead in putting equity into this business, and we are also getting finance from multiple banks on our projects. So we are practitioner on the ground. Starting with the first point is that, do we see enough signal for investment in this business, right? The previous speakers and as well as the previous session talked a lot about the enablers being already announced under SATAT by Government of India. I would talk about market first, and then I'll come to the government level enablers. From a market perspective, enough biomass is available. From a need perspective, we are an energy hungry country and we have a transition goal. So I think market perspective, it's ready, there's no doubt about that. Signal perspective, yes, there are signals. I mean, our SATAT program envisaged 5,000 plants 5 years back. We are nowhere there. that being realized, I think last 3 years, there is a systematic effort to bring in enablers. Enablers around biomass aggregation, enablers around certain CFA, enablers on pipeline connectivity and mandate. These are good enablers, which is actually providing a way forward. But investment flows on a risk-reward basis, right? And you spoke about solar. You know the risk, you know the reward, right? It's stable, you know you can have a stable outlook in your project. However, in CBG particularly, and in biomass-based energy, let's say, projects, the reward is yet to emerge, right? We understand working on the ground that, that it's possible. The technology is work in progress, but we are far away still to prove the solid commercial model. Hence said that there is a good support. I think we have seen you are able to get the project financing, but that comes at a corporate guarantee, right? There is a risk seen there. As you said already, that you're looking for a concession for 20 years, you're also looking for corporate guarantees along with that, and then only you're funding it. So in order to develop the sector, I mean, initial efforts need to be much more stronger. And we have a significant signals coming, and we're positively engaged with the government. The key point here is that when we look into bioenergy production, your cost is inflationary in nature. The cost is widely distributed, and that has multiple avenues to make the product. It could be SF, CBG, biochar, steaming, or whatever you can say. And the cost is going to go up. However, what you produce is an energy which has a geopolitical dimension that does not follow the cost curve. That follows basically the global demand supply and geopolitical. So there is a disconnect here, and this is the disconnect in order to develop the industry would need to be solved. There is a work in progress. If we are able to solve that connection, if you are able to establish that connection, I think we are moving toward hunting the treasure, and we really act like alchemists. We made our efforts, we put investment on the ground, we are enabling our projects. Technology is emerging. We believe technology will come. I mean, we don't think technology will be proved because the CBG and others have happened worldwide. It will happen here also. We have different feedstock with different challenges, but will be solved. I think the fundamental question would be that how do you ensure the commercial viability and create some kind of certainty in the beginning 5-7 years. Then the market forces will take over. So that's our experience from an investment perspective, and I mean, we can talk about next question later on.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think, I think this is working fine for me. So I think it is quite, let's say, I'm reminded of the golden quadrilateral, the Swarnim Chaturbuj that Prime Minister Vajpayee had envisaged, and everybody rallied. So, I felt that was a very strong signal to get contractors to take on the role of developers, equipment importers to actually turn into equipment manufacturers because they saw stable opportunity coming their way, and labor contractors to actually take on the mantle of civil contractors, and actually transformation happened. It just happened, and we are one of the leaders of this change. We've seen this transformation within our lifetimes. So if we are to actually go that route, I know, Mehul, you have from being a Swiss agency, and South Pole Carbon Asset Management Company is actually into trading of these green finance opportunities. But before I actually come to the next more detailed question, I want to ask you, from a global perspective, what is it that can form a rallying point in terms of the signal which actually galvanized all of the road making industry at one point in time, like the golden quadrilateral, So is there something which can actually galvanize the whole constituency of bioenergy producers into coming out with a, say, sustained financing flows to the sector?
Thank you, Palash. Let me just say that I don't think finance is a problem, right? A lot of finance is available if you look at the global markets, right? And India has a well-developed, evolving capital market. I think the real problem in this sector, basically, let me talk of the municipal solid waste sector where we have recent experiences. The real issue is project development, right? So municipalities may have ideas, but you need to actually do the project development, conceptualize from an idea to an basically a tender, a bankable project. So the efforts that are required in preparing a bankable project report, right, is very important. So for example, if you look at the municipal solid waste to bio-CNG plants, right, the sector is well poised, right? You have around 180,000 tons of organic waste in various cities of India. Even if you, in most of the cities, it would be around 50% of the organic waste, but if you even look at 20% criteria, there's a potential of 36,000 tons per day potential for waste to be converted into bio-CNG. And even if you consider 3 to 4% yield, you're talking of 1,000 to 1,500 tons of bio-CNG. So that is the total opportunity, right? And in terms of capital expenditure, it's around 11,000 crores, 11 to 15,000 crores. But if you look at the waste to bio-CNG projects, right, what is important is the segregation of waste. So there are enough challenges, right? Segregation of waste is not there. So that municipality needs to basically educate the households how to segregate the waste, right? So that's the most important criteria. Another criteria is enough is expected. In the morning session, we were talking about, the minister talked about waste to wealth. So I think the expectation in this sector, especially in the municipal solid waste sector, is that waste is gold. But you need to do the project development to convert it into the opportunity, right? So the way the tenders are coming up, everybody is expecting basically, the tenders are coming that they are expecting that from day one there would be revenues, where the sector is not enough developed, right? So you need to have various project development measures inculcated into the officers to make the project develop. So for example, the sludge which is coming out, not in all cities you can convert into organic manure which can be bankable, right? So let the municipal take the responsibility of treating it in its own solid waste plant. Let you focus on basically the bio-CNG plant. So I think the issues are there, but if government can come out with policy enablers, right? And there's a standardized of policy enablers, I think the sector is poised for a good growth into this sector.
So I think we have had a first round of clues for our treasurer, and it is a promising round because I think from the variety, from the scale, we came out with a variety of risks and issues which actually are needed to be addressed, and then the some policy formulations which would be useful given the experience in solar and also specifically from a bio-CNG perspective. If we were to really kind of delve deeper into project development and bankability, what are the dimensions that are currently affecting? I'll go sector by sector. So we can actually go first to Jayant in terms of what is the say demand that you are seeing? Are you getting, because you are a financier from, so how do you see the demand in various sectors? How many proposals you are actually seeing from SAF, from bio, let's say ethanol, say plants or bio-CNG plants, and what are the bankability issues that you see in specifically? You can pick one sector and then we can actually go around having sector-specific discussions.
Thanks, Palash. Maybe in this one you could have led with the inputs on deals you're seeing. because IFCL definitely has been leading the space. But before I get on to specific sectors, as seekers, we are a clean energy financier. Our specialty is looking at new technologies being introduced and getting commercialized. So we have to spend a lot of our time trying to figure out frameworks and methods and recipes for projects to be funded when they are new. So first of a kind is usually hard to fund anywhere in the world, including India. So how do you start figuring out that this is a first in a kind project or a second of a kind project or an nth of a kind project? Because when it is nth of a kind is when the technology really scales, especially when you're talking about distributed solutions. Most of bioenergy is distributed solutions. You have city by city, district by district, bulk producer by bulk producer, crop by crop, sources of feedstock, right? And therefore, finding the recipe for creating nth of a kind project is important. And that's where financiers have a role, developers have a role, and the government has a role. The context here is usually equity should take the risk of initial technology development and commercialization and title development. And then you'll have construction debt, which is usually more expensive, or development capital, which comes in, which can be structured finance, which then creates a pathway for the initial set of projects to be done, right? And across various segments, we have funded the first N or looked at the first N projects of that subsegment. And then the mainstream financiers step in, right? And the mainstream financiers at that point of time are seeing not one odd project or one large project and a lot of very tiny projects, but they start seeing a regular supply. So that's where usually it's like, how raindrops form. One drop will not cause rain, right? So a lot of droplets have to get together and then rain falls. So that is how I like to visualize the subsectors coalescing. And therefore, there are differences which happen state to state, or feedstock to feedstock, or even city to other cities, because the policies and the local circumstances play a lot of role. So I'll take example of waste to energy, and I'll take example of bio-CNG, using agri-waste. So in both of these, when we have looked at stuff, we have found issues around supply, quality of supply, cartelization or mafias operating in the supply. Then we have found issues around whether the entrepreneur has past experience in that technology, and is that lab scale experience or that's commercial scale experience. We found issues around the offtake of both the primary energy output, so whether in the form of electricity or biogas, and the byproduct, which, as my colleague had articulated, in certain cases it's sludge which has to be treated like an effluent and treated. In certain cases it can be converted to manure and monetized. Now when you see a project, so project preparation becomes very, very important, right? It's not just you take a template and you fill it up and hey, fund my project. How much thought has gone into solving those risks, both from the policymaker perspective or the concessionaire, the person providing the concessionaire's perspective, but even the entrepreneur's perspective, how much effort they have done to solve those. And are they looking at as one project and we are done for life, or are they looking at this is the template for the next 10 or 50 or 100 projects they are going to do? That demonstrates or that differentiates on what we can fund, what we cannot fund, right? For example, when we look at waste, municipal waste, quality of waste, quality of primary processing, primary pickup, huge amount of differences occur. There are places where I have walked, and I've seen the refuse-derived fuel sitting on one side and the organic compost standing on the other side, and I cannot differentiate between the two. Optically, they look similar, right? Now, one is going to get composted, and the other is going to go to a boiler, right? And if you cannot optically differentiate, then who differentiates for you, right? So as a financier, you need that support. So is that a shortcoming from the processor side, or is that a shortcomings from the financier side? Right? Similarly, we have struggled really, really hard, because what happens is if you're creating waste into gas, almost 2/3 of the value, the energy value is sitting in the slurry or the sludge, right? Now, if you're not able to create that as energy or energy equivalent, then again you're creating a value loss, right? And 2/3 is charitable. I've seen certain cases even more gets lost in that slurry. And therefore what happens is then when you go and do the maths and you say, hey, this needs 7 rupees per kilowatt hour or 10 rupees per kilowatt hour to be viable, who's going to pay that? And you may have a contract. Is that contract going to be enforceable when people like Jackson have already driven the solar prices down to 1/3 of that successfully, right? So it's a competitive market. So unless you have a reliable long duration concession, which looks like a take or pay and does not have easy escape clauses, you don't want to fund that concession or discount that concession, right? So how do you get the feedstock in? How do you get the byproduct sorted and this? So it is not all gloom and doom. Ethanol works very well. Even the ethanol based on broken grain, etc., is working very well. Biogas in municipal constructs, Ever Enviro has led, I think after a lot of failures, has led in making it successful. We've seen a lot of very small building scale biogas plants make a lot of sense. Waste to refuse derived fuels is a question of simplifying. More complicated you make it, the less viable it becomes. When you start to do more interesting things with waste, you need supplementation. For example, if you take plastic waste and you're pyrolyzing it and you don't care about the pollution, it's viable. Moment you properly pyrolyze it and you're taking care of the effluents and you're taking care of removing the wax which is coming out of pyrolysis, you need to pay more than what primary fuel costs before you start burning it, right? So is your output going as bunker or is your output going as jet fuel will make difference in how viable it is.
Thank you there. I think some actually barriers and some issues which actually kind of get raised have to be immediately addressed, and I think who better than Mahesh ji to actually give some answers on how to kind of go ahead on our treasure trail.
Yeah, I think very important point raised by yourself. I think first of all, I could say that it's possible. We have been able to develop project and get project level financing. We have been also able to secure so-called senior debt construction financing. So we used all multiple options and they are possible. So first answer is yes, it is possible. Technology is at an early stage. There are a lot of questions asked, particularly on agri-based, even in the previous speakers talked about, right? Technology is stabilizing. I think the key question is that what are the potential risk mitigation tools available and how do you get comfort as a financier? These are the two key questions which need to be addressed, right? Certain are driven by the policy, certain are driven by the market environment, and certain are driven by in your plant, how you operate, and how would you actually work under the technology. So I think we face certain challenges, and I would like to also put up that so that there are certain tools available which we can activate. Today, say CBG plants are not identified under infrastructure projects. They are 100 crore plus projects. If you bring CBG under infrastructure project, you get a longer tenure of repayment. You get longer time to prove your project delivering result, so-called COD, because you're in an early stage of the development. So that one policy change will give comfort to everyone. Second is the corporate guarantee, because as you rightly said that, in the beginning of any business, it's an equity which takes the role and debt follows. And I think equity is following, a number of projects being announced by large corporates in the country. We are in bioenergy is much more distributed business, right? It's very much decentralized. In order to enhance the utilization of the biomass and serve the needs as we defined objective, some sort of risk mitigation for guarantees need to evolve. There are various models in the country available. That's where I think some more steps from policy making side we need to do. Then it's possible. And we have demonstrated it's possible. We are funded by largest of private and public sector banks today. We are able to make the project and convince the lenders. Even our next projects are funded as well. So it's there. However, many of the small players who cannot provide that corporate guarantees have challenges on the ground. If we really want to drive the industry, I mean, this couple of more policy initiatives need to happen. And I'm very pleased to inform that we are very positively engaged with government on various of these. So it's coming, right? It should come. If it comes up, it will help. But the key point, again, I would say that we'll have to treat this business different than solar. Maybe it's more closer to the ethanol model when it is CBG. Because ethanol model is today working, not because it's mandate. It's working because you have provided commercial based on the cost, right? So certain models are there in the country that need to go and start working on other categories, then category can be driven, right? So I'm saying that it's possible. The question what you raised is possible to address some of them.
So suddenly we had come up to a river and we wanted to just jump over the river and we've got a horse. Thank you for giving us the horse of the infrastructure sector status, which may actually kind of leap across this river, which may be full of crocodiles and other things. I'm going over to Mr. Chandan with his experience, though he says that it is not like the solar sector. But I think I am quite excited at the prospects of drawing a parallel with the what solar mission did. And we, as a result, have been able to bring down cost of equipment, imported equipment also, because which is actually a very important element in our sector also. So how do we kind of, what were the right things which actually helped bring down the cost of equipment and which led to, of course, reduction in and making it more competitive? So that is one. Okay, let's actually start with that. Thanks.
So I think solar had its own pathway of a decade and has come a long way. And I think primary driver has been the scale, the volumes at which one country could have done this, and I think rest all of us are actually following suit. If you look at the Indian cost, still solar is an expensive piece of equipment. It's because of, I think, one specific country that you're still looking at pricing to be where they are in terms of equipment. But that's, I think, pretty peculiar to solar because solar has low operating cost, and therefore capex becomes a extremely important driver. In our case, when it comes to bioenergy or hydrogen, it's the OPEX which drives it, not the capex. So if you tomorrow ask whether you're happy to indigenize electrolyzer manufacturing, this is not bioenergy, I'm giving an example, but if you can indigenize electrolyzers in India, yes, you can. Because for hydrogen, it's electricity which counts and not pathway. Similarly, for bioenergy, CBG, I don't think we depend on any country. We are fairly indigenized. But if you again look at CBG's cost structure, it essentially is biomass that drives and not the capex as much. So I think with scale, capex costs will certainly come down. It's all about scale and finding the supply chains. And I come back to this fundamental one. When the market participants see that the sector has got a long-term fundamental demand, that's when the investment starts to happen. That's when you start, improving your back end, your supply chain, and you go one layer behind, trying to improvise on cost structures. So I come back to my original point. When we get up in the morning and let's say we want to define a vision for ourselves, we need to choose which sector you need to play. The critical pathway is to show a very long-term and a policy-wise sustainable pathway for the sector. Once you see that, then the entire back-end cost chain, naturally, that's just business. You just leave it to business. They will ensure that the cost structure comes down. That's what business in a free market is supposed to deliver, and they will deliver.
So, what would be a dream kind of, let's say, a policy announcement?
So again, we need to go sectorally. Let's say if it's gas, CBG, today I think like Mahesh was mentioning that they are able to raise debt. So liquidity is not a problem. You know, equity is not a problem. Look at where the capital markets are. I don't think India needs to worry about liquidity either on equity or on debt. We are fairly decently sustained ourselves. The entire question remains around costs and the structures, right? So what would drive these costs and structures down from a policy perspective is our perspective that from a gas market tomorrow, let's say if the gas prices start to tank globally, and if we are going to benchmark CBG to a global gas price, the cost structure, like somebody was mentioning, is inflation in nature. I mean, tomorrow it could be a 20 rupee per kg gas from Qatar, but for a CBG plant, it's not going below 60 rupees. So what needs to be seen, and if tomorrow you have a policy which is hard-coded, I think I'm wishing too much, but if it's a hard-coded policy that there will be certainty that the price does not, which in case Satat works well, right? And therefore you're seeing Satat working well. But if you look at slightly different, where there's co-firing of pellets in thermal energy power plants, you're not seeing the same enthusiasm in large capital being deployed there. Why? Because, you know, at the face of it, it makes no economic sense. You are firing biomass, which is available at the farm at 4 rupees. You make it into pellets and you're firing it at 10 rupees, right? You twice the price of it. If you had a policy in respect where you would have made biomass power plants a policy, you would have been using fuel at the same GCV. I think the GCV would have been changed by what, 10%, 15% when you densify, but your cost is up 2.5 times. So I think these are these critical pathways. If you want to see investment happening, if you want to see that sector thriving through, I think that's the critical play that you need to look at.
Wonderful. Coming to Mehul, on the COP, you know, that's the big signal that we have internationally. How do you see us actually working and developing that signal into something which strongly attracts investors to the sector and thereby financing flows to become stronger and more predictable?
Yeah. So recently my friend was saying, right, that the industry, if it is not benchmarked to the cost thing, it can be a problem because gas availability can depend on the international markets. So if you look at differently, like that, what is it that the bio-CNG, waste to bio-CNG plants is doing to the environment, right? It's actually currently in most of the cities, the organic waste is going to the landfills, right? It's a huge methane problem, right? If we are basically converting into the bio-CNG, right, the GHG emissions saved, right, it can be in the range of, for a 100-ton plant, it can be in the range of 20,000 to 25,000, depending upon the baseline, the waste scenario. And depending on the various standards, if you can even monetize 10,000 basically tons of carbon equivalent. And this sector is basically listed under this, the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, although the rules have not been framed by the government. But if rules are framed, and if a G2G transaction, government to government transaction is enabled, right, for this ITMOs, as we call the international transferable mitigation outcomes, and looking into the international experience of how ITMOs are priced, even say if it is priced as a 25 euros or 25 USD, you are able to basically, the externalities, advantages of this waste plant, right, if you are able to monetize say 1/3 of the project cost at 25 euros of ITMOs, I think this is a good answer to what my friend was saying, that whether it's not benchmarked, it should be benchmarked to the cost, not to the international market. So whatever benefits it's causing to the environment, if you are able to monetize that, and if you have effective processes and rules to monetize that, I think this is a good market, and we should, it should be a policy enabler to basically have a vibrant market into the ITMO trading.
Wonderful. Yeah, okay. I was just going, yeah, please.
So for some of this front, right, if you look at solar or wind, these have come down in cost because of global capacity addition and global technology research. Some of the points we are looking at bioenergy are riding on established technologies, So the amount of capacity doubling or etc. which you're seeing in solar and same cost curve may or may not be there, but some of it is coming out of technology being evolved in India or in developing economies, right? And if you invest in those, right, like a BIRAC or somebody like that, invest in that, there can be positive cost curves, which we are looking for. But the step back I wanted to take was this. If you look at it, technology like solar should help India ride the cost curve to become lowest energy cost in a 20-year of, energy producer, just energy, right? Just like you have coal, which is cheap, and you're trying to move off coal, you want to move to something which at bulk gives you the lowest energy cost, right? And then you're having, because if you do systems approach, you're having something like, let's say, waste. A waste is going in landfill. It doesn't belong in the landfill. If you want to process it, there's a cost which comes up, and if you benchmark that to the lowest energy cost, it's not viable too. But you are also displacing that stuff from the landfill. You don't want to declare the landfill as your legacy and have somebody else pay somebody rupees per kg to process it, right? It makes a lot more sense to have a waste to energy plant in every city, every municipality, and not let the waste go to the landfill. But for that, you'll have to create that protection, or you'll have to create that supplementation. This is not the race to the lowest cost energy. This is race because you're looking at two benefits. The waste is not hitting the landfill, and similarly, you're looking at two benefits. You're not burning the rice or the whatever, the stubs in Punjab's fields and creating pollution all over North India. But you need to create more money for that to be not just being burnt. So when you start thinking that way, you will find this 60 rupees versus 20 rupees gap getting solved. Whereas from an overall energy system perspective, India still chases the lowest energy cost using solar, wind, and other solutions which are low cost.
Great. So I think I'll go to Kuntal. We have actually, I think, some, let's say, policy or signal level issues here. Chandan talking about hard coding, kind of satat kind of a thing. Article 6 being enabled for an internationalization of, so we are actually looking, and then obviously we had Mahesh actually saying that you just have to get the risk return matrix right in terms of getting the financing flows to happen into that. You set us on a direction. Now we are coming once full circle back to you as to how far or how near are we in our treasure hunt, because I am seeing that, this is like what are those called, magic rooms, and the time is nearly going to run out for us. So how have we actually solved for, and what seems to be the next steps in your perspective?
I think I got the toughest question because it's like, give us something optimistic to end with, but based on, I'm audible, right? Based on all the comments, and again, I was just, taking some specific notes, especially go sectorally, identify within each sector what are the interventions required, right? So if we look at, for example, again, SAF, because we just released an analysis on that. There is an export story because we're already exporting half of the ATF that we currently produce, right? So that is solved for, but technology, not so much solved for. Feedstock, great story with agri residue. How do we solve for the, supply chain there, right? How do we make it available at the right point, at the right price point? So I would say to your question, Palashji, and I see you're looking very anxiously at me because we need to wrap up, is there's likely, there is a journey ahead. Government is taking, some steps. We see private players also looking at the commercial angle. Ecosystem may be very important. Building, and actually catalyzing that ecosystem is our experience as well, working in Haryana over the last 3 years for stubble burning, where we managed to, we realized it was more a scheduling and optimization problem. So the solution was to make the equipment available to the farmer at the right time. And so something like a an app can help do that. And that is just so non-intuitive, right? When you initially think about stubble burning and how to stop it. So there may be intuitive, innovative solutions which may come locally from India, which is what Janji was mentioning, is we need to think from an India perspective and not simply what works globally. Those type of innovative solutions is what I would say will actually propel this forward in terms of bringing the ecosystem together. And then of course, everything else should, will go as required.
Thanks, and I think while we have possibly the potential of hitting the treasure right as soon as we start realizing that it is an Indian thing, and we have, if we can signal it to even the municipal workers, saying that the gold is for us to actually unravel, but we'll have to work towards the goal, so that we can actually get the gold. So I think the main signal is, whether it is hard coding, whether it is international goals, the idea is that if we can work out our own solutions, we will definitely hit the green gold very soon. And on that note, before the treasure actually moves away from this hall, which is like all the audience, because I'm told the audience is going to rush out. So I think we will wind up the session. Thank you, CII. The Bioenergy Committee of the CII has been very, very hardworking on this, and they've been putting days on end, and I have been, chased also similarly. But all the panel members, thank you so much for being such a wonderful participant in this discussion. Thank you.
Much, sir. I request all the participants to please stand up for a group photograph. In the meantime, I would request all the participants in the room to kindly come on the front tables, please. People sitting at the back, can you please shift to the front tables? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please come up to the front tables, people at the back. Ladies and gentlemen, we are soon going to start with our last session of the day on advancing sustainable aviation fuel, SAF, paving the way for a cleaner future. I request you to kindly settle down. I request all the dignitaries to please sit down. I welcome you all to the session on advancing sustainable aviation fuel, paving the way for a cleaner future. Please join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists on the stage. Mr. Shishir Joshipura, Co-Chairman CII Committee on Bioenergy, CEO MD Praj Industries Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mr. Joshipura. Shri Asangba Chobas AO, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Civil Aviation. Welcome, sir. Mr. Alok Sharma, Director, Research and Development, Indian Oil Corporation Limited. Thank you, sir. Mr. Salil Gupte, Chairman, CII Committee on Aerospace and President, Boeing India Private Limited. Welcome, sir. Mr. Sangeet Jain, Vice President, ESG, Strategy and Alliances, Lanza Tech Private Limited. Most welcome, sir. Mr. Vinod Tahiliani, Chief Financial Officer, Reliance PP Mobility Limited. Thank you, sir. This session will delve into the transformative potential of sustainable aviation fuel, SAF, as a key driver for decarbonizing the aviation sector. The session will explore avenues for collaboration between government, industry, and research institutions. With this brief introduction, I request our session moderator, Mr. Shishir Joshipura, to kindly set the context and take the discussion forward. Sir.
Hello and good afternoon. I know this is the last session. Some of you will be looking at your watches. But I assure you that this is going to be very, very interesting because we are talking of something that in many ways will touch us in one way or other in our lives. Aviation sector globally is facing a huge challenge. And I'm saying this when my colleague Salil is sitting here, that they have more or less exhausted the options on improving the efficiencies of the aircrafts. So now the way for reduction of CO2 or emissions, carbon emissions from aircrafts or airline industry is the biggest opportunity in front of them is to switch the fuel. And that's where such sustainable aviation fuel starts to becoming a very, very promising unfolding future in front of us. What makes it even more exciting for many of us in this room and globally is the fact that of all the different pathways that are available for production of SAF, the currently held belief is that alcohol to jet probably promises to be the most attractive pathway as we go forward, because many of the issues that, and we heard earlier in the morning as well, as they relate to the supply chain side of the equation are already solved because ethanol becomes a very, very important input for converting to SAF. Well, that's where the easy part of the story ends and the complex part of the story starts. As we can all very easily understand, SAF is an international fuel. It's not a local fuel. You don't run it on India roads. You run it between two flights that fly across two countries. And that's where understanding common standards, devising common methods for feedstocks, devising common measurement and verification standards, a multitude of situations will come up because carbon intensity will become the key driver for determining the SAF and not just the volume. And therefore, several issues will emerge, and this will start right at the farm. How does the farmer do his farming? What kind of fertilizer he uses? What kind of carbon intensity is present when the feedstock is delivered to the first stage of ethanol production, and so on. And we'll have to see it right till the end of when the SAF is put into the tank or the engines of the aircraft. Till that point of time, what kind of carbon intensity? And one thing is to calculate, and which we can do today. There are a couple of standards, and you could probably agree that, okay, we'll calculate it for multiple standards, but we'll get there. And then the question again starts to get complicated. How do you verify it back? How do you certify? How do you trace it back? So there are different kind of issues that will come up, and I'm sure that my panel here today will help us understand some of these. Without taking much ado, it is with great pleasure that I welcome my co-panelist here. And we are very fortunate to have Joint Secretary Mr. Asanga Ao today with us. Shows you the importance of the subject that he is here with us today. And he has agreed in a very special way to address all of us today. And I'll request Mr. Ao to address the gathering. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Shishirji. Very good afternoon to all of you. And yes, I think I totally agree with what he just mentioned. Last session, obviously, all of you sitting there looking forward to probably leave this room. Those of us sitting here apprehensive that, what we want to share may not get across effectively. But I think just to, in a sense, draw attention that how important this subject is. And I think what we will be discussing in the next few minutes here would have probably very far-reaching consequences on what happens to our planet. It's as simple as that. And when we say planet, obviously it means to all, basically what happens to life itself. So I think from that perspective, I know it's a very generalistic statement to make, but I think that is what should probably waken us all up and then listen to what has to be said, because I think it's a very important topic at the outset. Just again, many of you sitting here may be familiar with the aviation sector, maybe many of you are not. Probably many of you sitting here, even some of the co-panelists here, would be linked to the production part of it, and being from the industry, you'd be seeing from that perspective. What I would like to just highlight here is from the overall aviation sector. And just basically, I'm not here to just give a speech on how important SAF is, and therefore, and ergo, you know, how important the environment is. It's not about that. It's more to do with what all of us have and what our roles are in making this a reality, and how to get this going. I think that's where the Aviation Ministry, Government of India comes in and try to put all the pieces together so it works effectively and within the time frame that we have with us. The clock is ticking, we all know that, and that is the challenge that we have before us. I think another, many of us may not be aware of how much aviation contributes to global emissions. So I think it's, you may say it's okay, 2%. 2% is not much. But then the pace at which it is growing is what is the concern for all of us. And I think this growth can be seen even if you look at the India story itself. And if you look at the India story, where we are today, where we were even just 10 years ago. 10 years ago, the number of airports, we have doubled it. The number of passengers, we have almost doubled it. The number of aircraft that our airlines are operating have doubled. If you look at what is to come in the next few years and a couple of decades, is an even higher jump that we're looking at. The number of aircraft going, you know, the way our airlines have placed orders is in terms of, it's in multiples of what it is today. The number of airports that we see projected is in multiples. The number of times that that the ratio at which we expect our passengers to fly, the number of flights per passenger per annum that we look at, which is currently very extremely low as compared to any other country. And the target we look at is very high. Not just that, we are literally the biggest country in the world in terms of population. And we are growing, even the economy itself is growing so fast. And I can, just by seeing the number of flights people are taking daily, the number of our aircraft going full every day on almost every route in the country and abroad, it, I think, is an indicator of the things to come. So having said that, I think I'm just trying to point out how important it is to of sustainable aviation in some ways to check the global emissions. Now coming to the point of today's discussion, that is SAF. There are various ways, means, some already in the process, some which have been done, because when you talk of sustainable aviation, there are multiple strategies towards it. But if you talk of SAF as one of the means, I think today it is one of the major identified ways in which this issue can be tackled. And I think the biggest thing that we see is the opportunity that India has. We have huge landmass, which obviously, and then we have very fertile grounds, lands, and then we have a huge farming economy, which can supply one of the, I would say, the feedstock for producing SAF. In fact, when you look at SAF, we not only look at it as only from the user perspective, but even from the export perspective also. I think this is one of the things, especially for industry, this is something very interesting. So I would just like to highlight the challenges that are there. So one is how to get the technology moving. Two, how to get the supply chains moving. Three, how to work on the logistics from the production down to how it is used in the aircraft. Another aspect that we need to look at is this fuel that we produce. We have to look at, it has to be recognized, because we cannot just say that this is sustainable fuel. Somebody, someone somewhere there has to be a mechanism which identifies it as a sustainable fuel and internationally recognized. So that is another challenge that we are facing, that we will face as we go along this road. And I think there are many others, but I think at the end of the day, what is it going to cost? Because end of the day, it is the passenger who will have to bear that. Is it going to be cost effective? Is it going to be worthwhile to invest in such a technology which will help us to retain the growth, but at the same time balance out the cost to it? So I think these are all challenges that we will be facing in the days to come. In fact, in many ways, I was excited to come here, not to speak, but to listen. And I think I'm sure we'll have a very enlightened session from here, in which I'm sure we'll hear from all the different stakeholders here. And the bottom line being that we're all moving, the country is moving very fast. We're moving towards, I think the whole country is moving towards a Viksit Bharat. And I think aviation plays a very, very important role. And it also reflects the aspirations of our people in a big way. So while this growth is there, we have to make sure that this is also sustainable. And today, one of the major things, like I mentioned earlier, the strategies to do that is to do it through SAF. And I think this is the challenge before us. And once again, I thank all for inviting me. But I'm here to listen. And then at the end of it, I'm sure we'll come up with really good solutions to the problems that we have before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rao. Thank you for setting the context of why is it important, what is important, and how we can do this. And I'm sure all of us are very, very pleased to hear since morning. We have heard several senior ministers from the government, secretary, you. One common theme that runs is, here is a government that says we will listen. So I think that's a very, very important dimension. Thank you so much for that, sir. So I move on to then Salil, because as we said, it all starts with the aircraft. So,
well, thank you so much for that. I think Joint Secretary Asangbaji put out a tremendous summary of where we are as an industry. Let me provide a little bit more context, just a little, because it explains why SAF is the key. Okay, so we were talking about the number of airplanes. Okay, India is going to have 2,500 airplanes coming into the country over the next 20 years. However, of those 2,500 airplanes, more than half of that number has been ordered in the last 18 months. We are talking about an investment commitment by the airlines in India of upwards of 8 or 9 lakh crores. This is a mind-blowing number. Why is that important? Because when you think about the decarbonization of aviation, there's a few levers that you can pull. One, the most obvious one, is fleet renewal. New aircraft generations, every aircraft generation that comes every 10, 15 years, sometimes 20 years, is roughly 20 to 25% more efficient than the aircraft that came before it. And so clearly renewing one's fleet is the most straightforward way to decarbonizing aviation. However, India has already pulled that lever. They've already made the investment, or have committed to make the investment. And many of those aircraft have already started being delivered. So we can't really double down on that one at this point. There will be more models coming out in the next 20 years, but we have to wait for those to be developed. So let's set that aside. Then there's operational efficiencies. There's real-time analytics and real-time software that is being developed, mostly in India, for the entire world, that gives pilots in operation what altitudes to fly the aircraft in real time to avoid headwinds and things like that, to avoid fuel burn. But guess what? India is leading the way on developing those solutions. India is already doing its part there. So then you have different technologies that can go onto the aircraft. Hybrid laminar flow, and I'm not even smart enough to explain to you how it works, but suffice to say, it improves the aerodynamics of aircraft. Guess where all of that is being designed and developed and tested? In India, for the entire world. Again, India is doing more than its part on developing and delivering those technologies for the world. And so that brings us to SAF, right? When you look at the amount of decarbonization that SAF will contribute to this ecosystem, if you take all of those other things into play, SAF is still going to be anywhere between 50% and 65% of the decarbonization that occurs between now and 2050, when the aviation industry has committed to a net zero goal. So SAF really is, this is why the Joint Secretary focused on it, because SAF really is the primary path forward at this stage. And so from an OEM standpoint, an airplane OEM like Boeing, or I could speak for my engine OEM partners, GE, Pratt & Whitney, Rolls-Royce, the equipment is going to be ready, right? Boeing already demonstrated a 100% SAF flight on a Boeing 777 back in 2018. We're in 2024. So we've already committed that all of our aircraft will be ready to do that on a daily basis, if you wanted to, on 100% SAF. Not just blended, 100% by the end of this decade. And our engine OEM partners are on board with that. So my point is, from an OEM standpoint, everything is going to be ready for SAF long before there's enough SAF to actually use it. So the conversation really is about the industrialization of SAF, how we can get the supply chain, the feedstock, the economics to all line up together with the right policies in place to enable this ecosystem to create enough SAF to supply not only India, but potentially even export markets.
Thank you, Salil, for giving that excellent insight for everybody as to what all goes to constitute decarbonizing the aviation industry and where are we today. And that gives me a runway to go to Sangeet. Sangeet, LanzaJet is one of the leading proponents of ATJ technology, and you're also very deeply involved with this effort. Please share with us some of the challenges that you see from your perspective, especially in India, even larger globe, and what do you think can be done to overcome those?
Thanks, Sheikh. We were talking earlier and adding to what Salil has been mentioning, SAF is a major thing that can reduce the carbon footprint for the aviation sector, and today we see multiple technologies available to do SAF. One of the first have been the HEFA route, but the challenge there has been the feedstock. As you mentioned, Shishir, alcohol to jet fuel, very promising, and where we also see a lot of feedstock availability which can help support the industry for alcohol to jet fuel. We know that the key challenge today is not on the technology part, but it's the scale up of the industry, the regulations which need to certify SAF, which I mean, it's the whole process of having right from the feedstock to the end product, how it can reach to the planes, the entire process. That is where we have to work a lot. We do see plants coming up based on alcohol to jet fuel. One from LanzaTech, our sister company LanzaJet will get started this year in US. But again, like I said, the challenges that we see is how do we get the first plants at other places, especially when we are talking about India, and how do we set up the supply chains which are certified. So we see those as challenges, and probably we need to work more with partners on that and see how everything can be set in place to reach the commitments that the country is making on becoming net zero in the aviation sector.
Thank you, Sangeet. And that gives me then further movement onwards to gentleman on my left. All of us in this room would agree that if India were to ever think of SAF and move forward on that, the company on my left will be going to be a primary player in that, Indian Oil. We cannot think of SAF in India without Indian Oil. They already are the largest provider of ATJ, as jet fuel, Jet A1, sorry for that, Jet A1 in India today. They are a leading provider of services. They are the leading oil marketing company. They are the leading company when it comes to providing platforms for new technology to take shape. They have their own R&D. So a multitude of roles that are possible out of Indian Oil, and obviously, as I said, they will have a very, very primary role to play if SAF market were to develop. Mr. Sharma, if you could just help us understand, as you see it from your perspective, the state of the technology today, where do you see it going forward, and what are some of the key challenges in front of Indian Oil?
Thank you. As Joint Secretary has said that this aviation turbine fuel is the one which is going to increase with the number of flights also coming to India and going from India and across in the country also. As per the various surveys, it is said that ATF, which is currently at about 6 to 7 million metric tons per annum, is going to go to maybe, it can go up to 8 to 10 times by 2047. So there will be a major jump in the ATF production, and SAF will play a very critical role. All other products like diesel and others, they will be plateauing after some time. So coming to SAF, actually, SAF, there are various pathways through which SAF can be produced. As Sangeet ji said that HEFA route is already there. A lot of companies are already working on producing SAF through HEFA route, which is using the used cooking oil for making SAF. A2J, of course, is well known, but there is no integrated plant for ATJ right till now. And LanzaJet is coming up with the first plant, and Indian Oil has already signed a MOU with them. We have also signed one MOU with Praj for production of SAF through ATJ route. Till then, I think this will take some time because these plants are going to take about 2 to 3 years to come. But in between, what we are doing that we are going to go for the co-processing route. We are having DHGT units in our refineries. We have kerosene hydrotreating units in our refineries. So what we are doing that we are going to go for the co-processing route and produce SAF till the mandates like 1%, 2% and 5% can be met. Already, I think within a year, you will listen that, you will hear that Indian Oil is producing SAF, about 1% will produce in Panipat refinery. We are in the advanced stage. We are already modifying the unit. We are getting the new catalyst for the SAF and also lining up the used cooking oil for this processing. HEFA route, of course, is the easiest route, but the problem is getting this used cooking oil. So there are many players who are working on this. I think this will also require a mandate from the government side that used oil cannot be used again. So these sort of mandates will be required in the coming days so that we can get this used oil in the coming days. There are some other routes like people are working on that. CO2 and hydrogen together can give you ATF again, SAF. This will be counted under SAF. So various pathways are there, but the only problem I told you, in the ATJ route also there is no integrated plant, so that also is a big challenge because the first plant, what Sangeet has said, that is coming up at Georgia by LanzaJet, that is also under commissioning. And I can just mention here two more things that we are targeting ethanol as the feed here. And a lot of ethanol is going to go for many other applications. We are already seeing that E20 is coming up. There are talks about going to E85 or E90 as a flex fuel. There are talks about using ethanol with diesel engine, ED5. So ethanol is the one which is being at center stage now. And a lot of options are being seen that where ethanol can be used. So getting ethanol for A2J will also be a big challenge. We are already facing a lot of problems in the 2G ethanol plant which is coming up at Panipat already, though we are operating it at about 20 to 30%, but there are issues with feed handling and other things. So there are a lot of challenges which are there, but I think soon we will be able to sort these out. And there are more or less, I think there are 11 pathways on which you can produce SAF. So pathways are available, but we have to work on these pathways. So 3-4 pathways are already worked upon, and other pathways will also come in picture in the coming days.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma, for that. So that allows me to move to then Vinod. Vinod, you represent two big brands coming together, and all of us were very excited when this announcement was made. India's largest energy company, then BP, of course, is a global brand. From your perspective, how do you see the role for private sector in development of SAF markets in India as well as outside India?
Thanks, Ashir, and thanks for the opportunity to be on this panel. So I'll start by saying three things. I think, first of all, if you look at the international perspective, there's a lot of excitement about SAF. And as you said in your opening remarks, unlike other fuels, this is a fuel where if an aircraft flies from here to the US or Europe, it needs to have consistent standards, consistency of the fuel, consistency of making sure that if we call something as SAF here, it is the same as in Europe. So I think that becomes a key criteria to see how the other countries are going about developing, implementing these standards, and how can we as India both pick up the lessons from those countries as well as implement what is best suited for India. So the pathway to manufacture SAF in India will be chosen based on what makes sense for India, not necessarily what the rest of the world may want to do. Now, when I say that, and I think the gentleman from IOC said this, that there are competing uses for the various feedstocks we have in India for various biofuels. So what maybe makes sense for India is to think about what is the roadmap we have and how do we create a roadmap which says that which of the feedstocks are best suited for what end product or end use, and try and develop the right policy frameworks to facilitate that. Now, obviously, you don't want to, strongly mandate something, but you want to actually facilitate such that, and I don't know the answer to this, is ethanol or alcohol to jet the right answer? Or is it something else, given that it depends, of course, on, the route of combining CO with hydrogen, it seems a little far away. But, as we are making rapid strides in the green hydrogen space, is that something that can become possible? What is the answer in terms of, the route to make ethanol as well? Because that also plays an important role in the carbon intensity of the fuel that is being developed as being sustainable. So all of these are questions that we need to look at, and what we would, is important is to learn from how the international other countries are going about these mandates, going about implementing this, because they are actually going ahead it faster than India. So India is talking about introducing mandates from 2027. Europe is talking since 2025. So there is a chance that we can learn from them. The second part is about how do we actually grow this from 0% SAF today to whatever percent SAF, 100%, like Salil said, the planes are ready or will be ready by at least 2030. Even today, I think that's one of the biggest attractions of SAF is the fact that it can use existing engines, existing parts, existing planes, rather than having to design everything from scratch. It's like, if you own a car, you're not going to change it till it runs out of its useful life. So you will have to have something which fits with the current stock which is there. And this is the important part of SAF. So what is key is that we make sure that as we look at this roadmap as to going from 0 to, let's say, X%, maybe that is 100, how do we actually allow this to happen in a manner which actually optimizing the cost of delivering the SAF to the planes, optimizes the use of infrastructure that is available across the country, because not everybody will be ready at the same time. So that is another important area that we need to look at. I definitely, support the idea of co-processing as a route initially, and this is what BP has been doing at the refineries that we have in Spain, in Castellón, and in Lingen in Germany. and that we have been using to start development of SAF. We have taken lots of strides in that arena as BP. We were part of, you talked about the Boeing flight, we were part of the Virgin flight, which, also flew 100% SAF transatlantic. And we've also done a recent deal with DHL to supply a very large volume of SAF over the next few years. So a lot of movement is happening in this space. Important for us to learn the lessons and see what is fit for India.
Thank you, Vinod. So just to build the conversation further, so almost a year ago, 19th of May, 2023, when we took the first commercial flight from Pune to Delhi, about 2 months before that, I had gone to Minister Puri and I was speaking with him and said, sir, we need to do something around SAF. And he said, abhi ethanol kar rahe ho, karo, don't get too many things on your platter. And then I said, but sir, the story is that we are actually going to take a sugarcane that's growing in the field very close to my R&D center and convert that to SAF and then make the flight. He said, wow, then that is an interesting story. And I think from India's perspective, this is very important for us to get this dimension that maybe as far as SAF is concerned over the next 5 years, the actions that we take, the policies that we do, the infrastructure that we build will actually help us to be one of the leaders in the world on SAF, right? We do not have the God-given gift of being the leader on the Jet A1, but we definitely have God's gift given to us in terms of sun, land, and farming community, and a very, very mature ethanol industry that allows us to actually vie for that position. It also has the power that, at least this is my prediction, and maybe Salil, you can comment on that before you leave, that this still also has the power to redraw the regional aviation map and make India a hub over a period of time. Salil has to go, so I'll let him make a comment. And
yeah, I mean, 2 points on that. So number one, if you look at what the blending estimates would be by 2030, India would need about 8 to 10 million tons of SAF. The Indian feedstock drives you to an availability potentially of up to 18 to 24 million tons of production. Now, obviously, that requires a tremendous amount of work to be able to collect all that feedstock, but the point is that India's ability to become a leader for export is there, given the blessings that it has in terms of agricultural bounty. As it relates to India also as a hub, this plays right into India's geographically advantaged location between Asia, the Middle East, and Europe, in terms of utilizing that export market to further fuel India as a hub for both cargo and passengers. So you think about what are the catalysts that would cause India to be a hub when these other hubs exist today. Singapore exists, Dubai exists, Istanbul is there. And people say, well, what incentive would people have to use India as a transfer point? Guess what? We have the opportunity to grow the incentive right from the soil. So this is just one additional opportunity for us.
Thank you, Salil. I will let you go because you had mentioned that. Thank you so much for being here. And,
thank you so much, and apologies.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Salil. He has another panel to go to, so I have to let him go. But continuing the conversation further, I know that we are all also bound by the time. Since Joint Secretary Rao said that he wants to hear more from us, so 2 rounds, and then maybe I'll also open it to the audience here to if you have any questions or suggestions to give. But Sangeet, if you were to ask for 2 things today for making SAF a reality in India, what will be those 2 things?
Very interesting question. I would ask many more things, but if I have to limit to 2, is the first thing would be funding for the project, which is the key. The projects have to become bankable for the industry to grow, and so that requires capital funding for the projects. And second is the commitment to an offtake, which is at a price which makes these projects viable.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. You can add 2 more points to that list. Sir, you wanted to listen, so we are giving you a whole long list. Somebody is making notes. We'll make sure it reaches you.
See what Sangeet is saying, that the funding, 2G ethanol plants, I think maybe some of you may be aware that there was a policy called PM Jeevan Yojana, but somehow only 4 plants have come up till date. And ethanol cost which is coming up from the 2G ethanol plants is also quite high. So I don't know how 2G will progress in the country with the current scenario. But once it is there, I think 2G can be a good source for ethanol production. And then parallelly also, I think Mr. Jain has, their company has developed a technology which is converting like refinery off gases to ethanol. And we have the first plant at Panipat refinery which is operating. So if this plant is, again there are some issues with the like, there is a co-growth of some bacteria. So that problem is there. Once we are able to sort out that problem, I think that is one of the route which can be very good option for producing ethanol and then go to SAF. At Indian Oil, we are also working on one pathway which is on the biomass gasification to produce ethanol. So there also we can produce syngas, and then from syngas we can produce ethanol through fermentation routes. So there are many pathways which are being worked upon, and parallelly I think recently there was a meeting that because this PM Jeevan Yojana, the funding is being not be utilized, so it is being planned to bring this SAF under PM Jeevan Yojana. So there will be funding available for these plants as being done in US. I think they are having about $50 million for SAF plants. There is a funding available. And parallelly on the product side also, the federal tax credit of $1.25 per gallon is also there for the SAF. So these 2 things I think will play a critical role in the coming days for SAF to be successful.
Your wish list.
I'll add to that. I think what is important is that we have a very integrated and collaborative partnership between all the stakeholders, the industry, producers, market, customers, and the government, such that we can develop a suitable roadmap and a right policy framework to help deliver that roadmap in a time-bound manner. And my second ask will be, more of the customers, is that they need to be willing to support this by providing long-term offtake agreements, because that is something which would really help give a boost to the initial phase of creating the infrastructure and the investments in these facilities.
I would like to add one more point. I think one of the important points for SAF will be the biogenic carbon assessment. So that's a very important point, and currently in India there are no agencies which are going to certify that. So creation of that agencies for how much biogenic carbon is there in the SAF in India itself should need to be facilitated.
Thank you. So I think what we are seeing here is there is a need to develop an ecosystem in which SAF can thrive. We have seen since morning, we have heard through multiple dialogues that when the ecosystem became conducive, India created a world-beating story on E20 program. We are attempting to do the similar thing with Satat, and I'm sure that we'll see a similar thing with SAF. And it all begins with good listening, and we heard in the opening statement today, and it was so encouraging for me, sir, that you said I'm here to listen. So I think all of us together will need to sort of pull in that direction. What's very important for us to understand, one of the points that I wanted to make was, unlike ethanol, where we have taken a certain pathway, and it's like a pathway certification. We said, all right, so far as these are the feedstocks, and you produce ethanol out of these feedstocks, I will take it that it will meet the basic goals of the country, which were around making all-inclusive economy, saving foreign exchange, becoming Atmanirbhar, blending it in the petrol, reducing the CO2 emission, reducing the pollution, and so on. With SAF, this is not going to be all of this plus some more. And that plus some more is where the whole point that Mr. Sharma was making about what's the CI score. That is going to be the driving factor for SAF. How do we make sure that our CI scores are meeting the norms? Today, CORSIA says just 10% reduction. That's easy to do. And I think there are many feedstocks in our country today. There are processes, certified pathways where we can easily achieve that. We still need a certifying agency, as you said, so that is of course required. Apart from that, I think if we have to go and see what US is attempting to do, which is a 50% reduction from the fossil fuel equivalent, then there's work to do, not from the technological perspective so much, even there some work has to be done. And sir, you mentioned about the facility, so I'm very happy to share with you that India will have its first demonstration facility of end-to-end, which is not the case today anywhere in the world, from ethanol to jet, established at Praj's R&D center before end of this year. So those who you are practitioners will be happy to host you there. Having said that, I think the key question in front of is how do we go about building an ecosystem? Is this going to be mandate driven? And when we were doing some of our calculations to see, as you said, sir, that eventually who pays? It's the passenger who pays. And we calculated that for a 5% blend in India at today's traffic and volume, a 5% blend translates to 150 rupees per ticket rise. Now, we were debating that this 150 rupees in the internet age of today, by the time you click the button, the ticket price changes by 150 rupees. So and we don't mind it at all, isn't it? We just say, oh God, I should have clicked a little bit earlier. So it's something like that. So that's the kind of power that this holds. All of us are responsible for ensuring successful future and a stable future for our incoming generations, our grandchildren. And I'm sure that that's a very small price to pay, 150 rupees every time you fly. And I don't think anybody will. It's just a matter of creating the whole ecosystem and the communication around it, the enabling moves. We have to create the certifying agencies. We have to create how do we certify, what tools we will use, which feedstocks. Unlike many parts of the world, India is sitting on a gold mine in form of bagasse, just like Brazil does. I think only the two countries. There are a few others, but essentially these two countries. And you can take my word for it because it is actually connected to ethanol, so we know this pretty well. Bagasse is going to be an absolute gold mine on which people are sitting, which will become a very easy, it will be a 2G feedstock, very low carbon intensity, and the technology for bagasse to ethanol also is relatively easy compared to rice straw one that we are trying. And we are very confident that when we meet here next time this year, we would have solved the 2G problem at Panipat as well. So with that, I would throw open for any comments or questions that the audience may have.
If I may. Yes. The first question is, why are we trying to mandate a specific route, like Mr. Sharma was saying, only these gases? Let the first few plants which come up from different pathways. For example, I would say, why not do a 1G, which is available hugely in quantum over here, and demonstrate the technology of producing from there, rather than trying to reinvent something back-ended over there using syngas, bring it back into alcohol, and then take it forward. So the question is of not mandating any technology for it, A, and B, like you rightly mentioned, it takes 2 to 3 years. Corsia is going to kick in. We can do from 1G, and therefore, how soon can a policy be announced so that the pricing and other things which Mr. Jain did mention about the bankability of the project are known, and therefore the developers can get into this zone straight away?
So I think the question, so very clear. Question is not about 1G or 2G ethanol anymore. The question is about what is the carbon intensity of the ethanol that you put in. And if we find a way, and there are within the 1G community of ethanol, there are feedstocks which can hopefully qualify. For example, one of the attempts that we need to make, and sir, that's the point that we will need your support on, is molasses C based ethanol. If molasses C can be classified as an industrial waste, which is what Brazil has done, so it's easier, there's already an example. If India molasses C can be classified as an industrial waste, then ethanol from that will get a very low CI score. And that will become a very, very ready to use feedstock. But some of these problems have to be solved, but you're right.
Absolutely, I understand. Just one small interjection while you did talk about it. It may or may not be easy to do that, given that C molasses is also being used for ethanol 1G and blending. And the question I was trying to say is even within CORSIA, even your C or B should also qualify given the carbon intensity.
So that's an argument we'll have to put forward to the international forum. C looks to be a very easy case to me from my understanding, but there are other feedstocks also which could qualify. There are issues around second cropping. We are right now working with VSI in Pune to see if along with sugarcane you can create a second intercropping model and in which you can create an alternative feed crop. If that comes, then that also qualifies the low feedstock. So there are different ways to compute these low carbon intensity feedstocks. But as you rightly said, and I think I just want to be on the tech side this time, I think what we have to see is as we move forward and we take away the low hanging fruits, what's the future pathway? And I think that's where Mr. Sharma's question was, answer was that maybe syngas based. And again, there a question will come is where is the syngas coming from? So there will be multiple questions. But I think what I want, unlike ethanol, here carbon intensity will be the determining factor and not the volume. Yes, please.
Yeah. Good evening, sir. My name is Anmol Gupta. I'm a founder of Biofuel Power. My question is very generic. What is a barrier for blending ethanol right now? We are saying 20% ethanol blending is, we are going to do that blending 20%. So what is barrier right now coming for blending that?
We can't blend ethanol into aircraft. That's not possible.
No. My question is generic in diesel and all everything.
No, so everywhere, I mean, if I heard you say you are from IIT, is that right?
Yes.
Outside, not here.
Yes.
So you'll get it very quickly that there are different properties of two different molecules, and so while in petrol it creates it completely becomes a homogeneous mixture.
Yeah.
With diesel it does not.
Yes.
It remains floating, right? So we'll have to see. There are different solutions for different molecules. SAF needs ethanol as a feedstock, and then because we need to go to C12, C14, C16, that range. We start with C2 at ethanol. There are other, for diesel blending, maybe answer is not C2, but maybe answer is C4. We'll have to see all those things, right?
Your question is why not we are going to 20%?
Yes.
What is your question?
My question is, what is a barrier right now for blending today?
Blending what?
Blending ethanol.
In what?
In diesel and other things.
See, right now, what percentage we are, how much we are blending ethanol in gasoline? Are you aware?
No.
So you should know that when you are asking the question. 15.6% is what we are blending, 15.6.
Okay.
So 20% is not far away.
Okay.
So, and parallelly, we are also planning to add ethanol to diesel, ED5.
Okay.
We need to add some coupler so that there is no phase separation.
Okay.
So we have already worked on that. ED5 is also possible, and E20 is no issues at all. And then we are going for flex fuel, even E85.
Okay.
Parallel talk is already on. So soon you will see E85 vehicles.
Okay. Thank you.
But ethanol cannot be blended in aviation fuel.
Okay.
Yeah, just so that you go away from here with clarity.
Okay.
No, then aircrafts won't take off.
Okay.
Nobody will fly, and you won't set into that plane.
Okay.
But the important question is, but there are ways. So there are different molecules. There are different pathways that are being explored today.
Okay.
Because I think, as somebody said, and you probably heard them, that by 2050, the global commitment is that everything will be 100% safe. So that's a long pathway. Obviously, then we need to develop multiple routes. The best shall win. We don't know what route will win today. From the current technology levels, from the current understanding, it looks like ATJ is a winner. But we don't know that. I can't say that 10 years from now. Maybe there are different technology levels.
Okay. Thank you for an answer. Thank you, everyone.
I have a word, Shashi. Address to you only, Shashi. So this first time I hear in this summit, a big announcement came from you. That's good, because that is something you are going to do from bagasse also. As a sugar mill people, you have been looking at all other things. Bagasse has been used for cogen and other things. I think that it's a great idea. That's my observation. Second comes the question. The question is, when you use bagasse for CBG, right? So you're still going to have the organic fertilizer, or it is going to be void of that?
when we use bagasse for CBG, we will get organic fertilizer as one of the outputs. With bagasse, we can also get what Mr. Gadkari was mentioning about biobitumen. It's a very rich source for biobitumen because we'll get a lot of lignin. So that's another one that's possible. I was mentioning bagasse in the context of using this as a 2G feedstock for ethanol. There's a technology now we'll soon unveil it, which will make it possible to take away some of the questions or the challenges that the 2G technology faces on the rice straw. Of course, we are also solving the rice straw issue as well. In terms of how do we go about making it more and more viable. There are many countries, I mean, I can share this with you. There are countries, I was recently, I landed last night in Paraguay. And so when I say Paraguay, how many of you will even think of them as one of the leading rice producers in the world? The stated goal of Paraguay is to be number two rice producer in the world in 4 years time frame. And when I was talking to the largest rice company there, they said, do you guys have solution? What can I do with what are the residues of the rice growing? So I think people are looking for solutions. We'll need to come up with solutions. Technology will have to play its own role. Ecosystem will have to play its own role. And as I think Vinod was saying very clearly, we have to make the right choices as to what feedstock goes for what application. And I think all of that as a system will emerge. The fact remains that we all have to vie for a low carbon future. Whichever pathway, whichever technology, whichever feedstock, that time will tell. But for sure, we all need to make sure that we all commit ourselves, and all of us are committed, that's why we're still here at 5:30, that it is a low carbon future. Yes, question there?
Yeah, Shishiji, hi, Vineet from Lanza Tech, and not exactly a question, it's more of a request since Joint Secretary Sir is here. Like if you look at like the forums like these are often used to make a roadmap for a country, and when we're talking about SAF, which is right now the buzzword everywhere in the world, like what's happening abroad, just the perspective of that, in UK, special preference and quota is also given to a SAF, which is made from both the biogenic and the fossil CO2. Now that is something of flue gas, CO2 coming out of flue gas. We have a lot of those in India as well. And we just signed a plant with NTPC in doing that. So something of that sort can also be done in India. Wherein from the CO2 which is like coming out, we convert it to ethanol first, as Alok sir said, right? And then something similar to that, a lot of waste gases we have from steel mill plants and refinery off gas. And exactly what Joshi Balaji, you said, just looking at the carbon intensity, if you are able to make SAF, then there is ample of feedstock. And also something else, which we recently started doing with Wagner in Australia is that we are trying to use the MSW. Now that has been a problem of many countries and India as well, right? You can convert that waste into SAF, very good on carbon intensity. And if you look at like even closing a business case, because the price which SAF fetches you is very good. So those things can be done. And tomorrow when we come out with the policy, the roadmap, so all these like feedstock also need to be taken into account. Just a request, sir.
Yeah. Last question request, how can we not accept that? But yeah, just to put the things into perspective, I don't think we are in any way ruling out any form of feedstock that goes into the production of SAF. The challenge would be to whatever form of SAF comes out, to get it certified. I think that is where the challenge is, and certified not just from the India perspective, because at the end of the day, if we can have a SAF and run your planes or thing. End of the day, we are looking at something which at the international level also, because as I think rightly put by a few of the panelists, esteemed panelists here, we also have a huge potential for exporting it. And coming back to just the point about India being, I would say, ideally placed to be a hub. when I say hub, it's not just about planes landing here and taking off, but I'm saying a hub from various perspectives within the aviation domain also. So in one of that could be just, we could just become, you know, the suppliers of SAF to this region to begin with. You know, so that is the potential that we have. And when we talk of that, it's, again, just to reiterate the point, it's not just about getting SAF out of the few technologies that are spoken here. I think one of the big opportunities, of course, I think mentioned in passing somewhere, is also used cooking oil, which, you know, I think there's a huge potential for that in India too. And then what I've heard, I'll just, for example, countries like France are, I think they're already using SAF on their planes. And a lot of the SAF comes from used cooking oil. And they have a supply chain there that supplies this used cooking oil to the producers. So I think these are all multiple ways in which we can explore, and I think the future, the way ahead is, it's open-ended in many ways, I would say. And it's good to hear that so many of you here are so, you know, I think technology-oriented. I think, and the way we are moving, SAF could be what we are looking at today. 10 years down the line, as Cii just mentioned, it could be something else. We could be flying on hydrogen-driven planes. We don't know, you know. So, and that could change the thing. But as of now, as where we sit today, we are looking at SAF as probably the best option of not just meeting what is the requirements of the global mandate to bring down global emissions, but in many ways just contributing to this, the fight against the destruction to the environment. So I think it's something which, and definitely what the government is doing is trying to bring in all the stakeholders together, trying to understand the perspectives, and also be in touch with and keep up with the rest of the world. I think the mention was made by Vinodji again about how we should be in sync with what is happening in the rest of the world. I think we are already well on our way to do it. And Alokji here mentioned about how IOCL is almost ready. They're ready to deliver. And just a couple of days back, we had a very high-level meeting in the ministry where both Ministry of Petroleum was there, Ministry of Environment was there, Ministry of Power was there. Literally, the aircraft manufacturers were there, the airlines were there, the airport operators were there, you know. So everybody is now sitting on one table and discussing this. So I think that itself is a big way forward, and I think, and that happened just a couple of days back, just last week. So I think that is in many ways a big step forward, and I think coming days, India will be, I think, well placed, even as we look at it. And I think it's not just kind of a wish, and I think it will become reality soon. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, and thank you everybody for your participation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, panelists. Kindly come forward for a group picture. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. This was a wonderful experience. With this, we conclude the program. Thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you.